Goes back like an inch.
Yep.
Coming off.
See that?
Oh dear.
Didn't do it.
Not me. That's quieter. Nice.
Now that we got your attention.
I was thinking the same thing. I just let go of that.
Yeah, well, we're starting.
Go ahead.
Welcome everyone to the municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc on Monday, November 18th for our regular council session. The municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc acknowledges it is located on Treaty 21 territory. We are thankful to the generations of people who have taken care of this land, including the Chippewa of the Thames First Nation, the Munsee Delaware First Nation, and the Oneida Nation of the Thames. Roll call, Councillor Pelkman is absent with notice, and I believe Councillor Brennan has his proxy. On the motion to approve the agenda, motion that the agenda for the November 18th, 2024 regular council meeting be amended to defer consideration of bylaw number 114-24 to December 2nd, 2024, and further to add one additional item to be discussed in camera. One item pursuant to section 239(2)(f) of the Municipal Act 2001 is amended regarding advice subject to solicitor-client privilege, the Mount Bridges wastewater treatment facility. Someone to bring a motion? Councillor Brandon, second by Councillor Kennis. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Are there any declaration of pecuniary interest? Okay. Seeing none. We have one presentation tonight, delegation. Mr. Todd Powell, resident, and Dr. Ron Griffiths. They have a delegation regarding the master servicing plan with respect to the Mount Bridges wastewater treatment facility. So I don't know who's going to do that, but welcome aboard, and just ask, you get 5 minutes, so identify a little bit lenient with the time, so identify yourself and have at it.
Thanks very much. Okay, so for all those that don't know me, which virtually everybody, right? So my name is Dr. Ron Griffiths, and briefly, I have a doctoral degree in aquatic ecology from the University of Waterloo, where my PhD thesis examined the stress of, or stresses on riverine benthic communities, and a postdoc from the University of Guelph, where I examined the effects of water temperature on population dynamics of sea lamprey larvae, trying to get rid of those things. More importantly, I was employed for over 30 years in the southwest region of the Ministry of Environment, or now MECP, as both a surface water evaluator, assessing the water quality conditions in hundreds of streams and lakes throughout southern Ontario, and as an environmental assessment coordinator in charge of all the municipal Class EA projects in the southwest region. Now, I retired at the end of 2019, but I tend to keep active in water quality issues both in the Great Lakes region and in Kenya, Thailand, Oregon, and New Zealand. Earlier this month, then, I sampled the benthic macroinvertebrates in the Vermeesh drain there, just upstream and downstream of the discharge pipe from the water treatment plant there, or wastewater treatment plant at Mill Road, Mount Bridges. And if anybody later wants to see my poor little animals that I talk to, they're all in these little bottles here, okay? These are the critters that we take a look at water quality throughout the world. Same process everywhere in the world, use the same thing. And what I found was highly sensitive caddisfly, which is Diplectrona and Leptostoma, along with a highly sensitive non-biting midge. Those are the little things that fly around on the tops of the lights out there. They don't bite you, so don't worry about them. Okay? We're suggesting that the Sandy Bottom Creek there, the drain, is actually a cold water system and had unimpaired water quality conditions both upstream and downstream of the effluent discharge point. Now the conductivity of the water, okay, the amount of dissolved solids, upstream was about 70 microsiemens higher downstream than upstream of the wastewater discharge point. And that indicates that the wastewater treatment plant was adding dissolved solids, which it should, to the creek system. Now the biomap scores, it's a standard procedure here from way back in the 90s. was 18.9, both the upstream and downstream. Rarely do I get the same values. But again, suggesting that there was no toxic effect on aquatic life in the drain. In fact, there was an increase in the amount of filter feeders in the benthic communities downstream of the effluent discharge, which suggests that the community is actually consuming the organic matter from the sewage treatment plant as a source of food, and thus reducing the amount of organic matter and phosphorus being transported downstream, which they should do. Thus, despite any upsets or exceedances in specific variables over the past year within the sewage treatment plant, the community composition of these creek sites implies that the discharge from the wastewater treatment plant has not had an adverse effect on the aquatic life in the receiving water. In other words, there's no environmental impact at all. Note that the Ontario Water Resources Act clearly states that the quality of water shall be deemed to be impaired by a discharge of material only if it causes injury to or interference among the living organisms that live in the water or the sediments in contact with that water. Furthermore, the Act indicates that a provincial officer must describe how a contravention of the Ontario Water Resources Act may impair the quality of the water in order to issue any order to any owner. Thus, a provincial officer must have biological data from the receiving water showing an impact from the discharge in order to issue a fine or an order against the owner. Since the biota in the drain is unimpaired by the discharge, this would be impossible to collect. If council is worried about the MECP even limiting the growth amount bridges, it should be noted that only the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing can actually limit the growth of any municipality. And MMAH has not issued such an order based solely on environmental issues since 1998 with the establishment of the one-window approach in Ontario. Now, the drain is not a misfit watercourse. Okay, misfit streams depend solely on rainwater. It rains, you see the water, stops raining, the water disappears. Okay, so the drain itself is not a misfit watercourse, and thus the dry ditch policy doesn't apply to this system. I was one of the people involved in the dry ditch policy in the Southwest region way back in the 70s. This is an intermittent watercourse, okay, or seasonally dry, people will call it. But it depends on groundwater for flow. The groundwater temperature is here around 11 degrees all year round. When the groundwater table drops in the summer, the flow appears to disappear from the drain, but of course in reality it's just gone underground. It's actually flowing underneath the stream. Some discharges at the wastewater treatment plant have little impact on the aquatic insects in this drain system because they emerge in June and fly away, and then lay eggs and wait for the water to come back. And the clams, which are found there, it's only about this big, okay, they tunnel down into the groundwater system and wait for the groundwater to come back up before they resurface. So my sampler earlier this month clearly shows that aquatic life is not impacted by the effluent discharges from the sewage treatment plant. Finally, or another point, the effluent criteria is really established for maintaining good housekeeping habits within the facility. Note that even if effluent criteria of a sewage treatment plant are not exceeded, the effluent discharge can still impair the water quality of the receiving water by killing fish and benthos. And charges and fines always follow large fish kills that are obvious to the public. It's almost a rule that MOE had. The original certificate of approval for the Mount Burgess plant, actually under condition 7, which are the effluent criteria, was imposed to minimize environmental impacts on the receiver and to protect the fish and other aquatic life in the receiving water body. My sampling earlier this month shows that the aquatic life is not impacted, and so from the effluent discharge of the plant. So they're actually doing their job. Unfortunately, effluent criteria from this facility was established before the characteristics of the receiving water were actually well known. And consequently, something like the ammonia criteria may be reevaluated, okay? This is not a stream with a summer temperature of 25 degrees as was assumed in the previous EAs. And the sandy bottom of the stream means that the pH rarely exceeds 8. And so actually you could look into actually having those values elevated for the biota that's actually currently living there. So I just want to make the point that the water quality of that drain is actually in excellent condition. Organisms that I rarely see in other places in this province. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Do any members of council? Mr. Powell.
Okay, thank you very much for the delegation, Mayor Grantham and Deputy Mayor McGuire and Council. So my name is Todd Powell. I'm here tonight representing my family. I live next to the sewage treatment plant, closed landfill, transfer station. I'm here tonight because the past several years I have been concerned about what I've read, what I've seen, what I've heard, and what I've smelled. Let's deal with what I've read. Thousands of pages that I have got from the Ministry of Environment that I've obtained through several Freedom of Information requests. Several of the reports with respect to the sewage treatment plant and the land it is on. Here's just a few things that stand out. I've read that the plant has never worked since day one. I've read that the plant is non-compliant sometimes. I've read that if council doesn't approve spending approximately $11 million on this plant in 2024-2025, MECP could issue orders, fines, and limit growth to our community. You could also expect exposure to having to truck sewage from the Mount Bridges plant to Strathroy and literally cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, unbudgeted. Also, there are millions of dollars that we don't know we're going to have to spend in 2026. We're still waiting to understand that number. It appears to me that somebody's trying to scare the living daylight out of you. And for why? I think it has something to do with money. One thing that's never made sense to me, this plant only 12 years old, how could it be failing so bad? This plant is supposed to last for 30 years or better. It also has redundancies built into it to increase capacity from 825 to 1250 for future growth. Now you just heard Dr. Griffiths. Lucky to have this man. I think there's one thing that we can all agree on here tonight, and that is that we want to protect the environment. We don't want to cause an adverse effect to the creek or to other bodies of water downstream. The most important thing is that we protect the environment. And Dr. Griffiths just told you that the receiving creek is healthy and fine. That should knock you out of your seat because it contradicts what we've been told for several years. Bottom line, his findings are very good news to our community. We don't need to spend massive amounts of our hard-earned tax dollars on a sewage treatment plant. I'm sure there are a lot better places we can spend our money. I'm not gonna stand up here and show the anger and frustration that I really have by throwing a bunch of people under the bus. I'd much rather we work together and figure out a solution. All I want is what's the best for this community. So I have been told by Berta and Ron that our findings we're going to have to report to the Ministry of Environment. That's their duty, their professional duty. And that's it. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from any members of council? Seeing none, we'll move to the first public meeting, which is...
Actually,
Yeah, sorry. Deputy Mayor.
sorry, I was late getting my hand, sorry, I was late getting my hand up. I was trying to clear my throat. May I ask a question?
You may.
So, to the doctor, I'll let you stand up for a moment. My question is a simple one. Given your findings, is the plant, or has the plant been shown to be polluting?
The receiving waters itself, right down here, okay, where the plant's discharging to, has had no impairment. So at least for the last year, whatever's been happening inside that facility has caused no impairment to the environment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yep. A motion to receive the delegation for information, I guess. Councillor Wilsey, second by Counselor Hippel. All in favor? Carried. Public meeting number 1. Motion to open the public meeting. This public meeting is to consider a draft plan of subdivision and rezoning for the property owned by Carroll Street East. Developments located at 360 Carroll Street East be hereby open. Someone to bring a motion. Councillor Kennis, second by Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Carried. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As you rightly noted, pardon me, this is a plan of subdivision with a associated rezoning application. It's located in Strathroy. It's on the southeast area of Strathroy, on the south side of Carroll Street East, just east of Saxton Road. And it's currently a agricultural property. They are proposing a range of housing, ranging from single detached dwellings on the southern portion of the property, medium townhouses, so medium density we'll call it, in the center, and in the block that you can see closest to Carroll Street on this plan, it would be higher density. So we're thinking of when we say high density, we're talking about apartments and maybe back-to-back townhouses or stacked townhouse development. So the proposal includes an R3 zone category in that northern portion, in the center portion a R2 zone category, and then for the single detached dwellings an R1 category. You can see the details of the proposal: 65 units or single detached, 40 townhouses, and the high density block has yet to be formalized. That would be something that they would do prior to site plan approval and then put forward a plan. We have asked questions, and there are some items that were raised in the consultation section. That's fine. Here you'll see some staff and agency comments, a question about municipal service demand, most of which has been addressed over the time since the application was submitted. There is an item where they're requesting 25-meter height for that high-density block, and so staff have asked, or are in the process of asking, for more information about how that would be deployed. 25 meters is 10 meters higher than what's permitted in the zoning bylaw as of right. And so that's something that we would like to know more about. In terms of the noise study, it was done at a high level, which is acceptable for the purposes of the subdivision. However, we'd be looking for site plan approval on that northern block to just ensure that it's designed in a manner that would be respectful of any noise coming from Carroll Street. There were some other minor items that would need to be addressed on the site, on the draft plan, things like turning circles at the ends of dead-end streets. There are a couple of those dead-end streets at the southern portion of the property. If you wouldn't mind moving one back, just to dead-end, or I guess two, yes. You can see across the bottom portion of this property, there's a street that runs to the left and right on the plan, and that connects this subdivision to adjacent lands, because this is just one of the puzzle pieces in this area, and we want to make sure that it's designed in a manner that addresses other subdivisions that would come forward in the future. To the south of this property is Collins Way. For those that are familiar with how this is going to all match up. To the west of this property directly is the farm parcel, but within the settlement boundary, and on the right-hand side or the east side is Zimmerman's nursery, and so that's outside of the settlement boundary at this time. So those are some of the major points. The report goes into policy, and I can speak to any of those pieces, but this property is residentially designated. It has an agricultural zone category right now. We would need those R1, 2, and 3 for the residential portions. We'd need an OS, open space zone category for the parkland and a stormwater management pond, which are sort of to the left on this drawing that's in front of you here. It's the 2 blocks that both have frontage on that Street A. So I'm available for comments or questions as they may arise. Thank you.
Thank you. Start with, is there any comments in support of the proposed rezoning? Any comments? Oh, sorry. Yep.
Hi, sorry, I'm the applicant. Is this the appropriate time for me to speak?
Yep. Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, thank you and good evening. I'll be brief, but I wanted to introduce myself. My name is Taylor Whitney. I'm an intermediate planner with Zelenka Priamo Limited, the planning consultant representing the applicant. We have had the opportunity to review the report that was prepared by staff and appreciate the thoroughness of the information provided. And Tim has provided a good overview of the application tonight, so I'll try not to be repetitive. I would like just to take a moment to acknowledge and thank staff for their work on this project to date. As you can see in the application summary that was included in the staff report, this has been in the works for several years. So we're very pleased to be here this evening, and I am available and happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for your time.
Okay. We'll do this first, okay? Any comments in opposition to the proposed rezoning? Seeing none, we'll now open it up to members of council for any comments and questions. Any members of council? Councillor Palmer.
Tim, could you just review for me, is the only access to the subdivision via Carroll Street, and am I only seeing one entrance? Or is there another? Am I not seeing it properly here?
Through the mayor to Councillor, right now the only frontage for this property is off of Carroll, so there is a single access point at this point, and it is that one that you're seeing. I would call it to the left of the high density block. We have regularly talked about multiple access points when we're dealing with developments. What I can say about this one is that single access is temporary until those other connection points are made, but also this is a situation where there would be 8-meter wide pavement, 20-meter right-of-way for services and whatnot through that access onto Carroll. That's not an access point as much as it's an extension of a public road. Our options in this particular site, based on the way that it's designed, doesn't give us much opportunity to come up with another access point, given that it only has that single frontage onto Carroll. The way that it's designed, there I guess could be a possibility of placing or extending one of the roads. We'll call it Street C. It kind of makes a bend. It could be run parallel to Street A, and we could have that come out to Carroll Street. But that would be directly adjacent to a single detached home that's, I forget the address exactly, I think it's 402 Carroll Street. And so what we're trying to do is look at a solution that wouldn't have a road access directly adjacent to an existing home. The road access that's on the opposite side has a white block along it, and that's at this point a future development block, but basically provides a buffer to that home that's on that side, which is 316 Carroll Street.
Yeah, Councillor Palmer, then the deputy mayor.
Sorry, so I was thinking 402 is where the high rise was gonna go. Sorry, where are they planning for the high density? And where would that, how would you access that? Would there be another point on Carroll to access the high density? I guess I'm concerned that there's a lot of units in one road with one access.
Yep. Yep.
Through the mayor, so we can see some of this on this plan, and I think it's somewhat helpful. There is the high density block isn't got its own circle around it. So maybe if you wouldn't mind, the clerk, if you could pass to this plan, yeah. And I think that might be more helpful. Street A connects to Carroll Street. At the point where Street A has frontage to the high density block, which is the block that has almost all of the frontage along Carroll. So it is block 108, I believe. It's approximately a hectare in size. It's the rectangle that occupies the majority of that space at the top part of the plan there. It would have access on Street A. So it won't have that access onto Carroll Street as far as the plan goes at this point.
Deputy Mayor.
Two questions, both tied to the high density. During the build phase, would you ever consider putting in a temporary access off of the high density lot that could later be eliminated? So if they needed a second entrance, I guess it all depends on where the parking lot and stuff sits, but is that ever a consideration of kind of a temporary access? Because I know once the other subdivisions to the east and the west start to develop, this eliminates the need for that. The second question I have is 25 meters in height. Sounds like the high density building is they're looking for 25 meters in height. How many stories would that facilitate?
Okay, so we can certainly look at a temporary access or look at that option. That's definitely possible while on a temporary basis. So we can take that back, and that's a good idea. So when we come back with an evaluation report, we would include something about that. Second question was 25 stories. So while I was talking, I was doing the math in my head. So that's 3 meters per floor approximately. That's what you would see. That's 10 feet. So 9-foot floor to ceiling and 1 foot for the actual slab in between. That brings you to 24 meters, 3 times 8. So you might see 8 stories, but you'd have to work in a podium, or sorry, parapets and maybe changes in grade and whatnot. So it might be 7 stories, somewhere in between 7 and 8 stories potentially.
Councillor Wilsey.
I've got 2. My first one is regarding stormwater, and just looking at how it's all going to run, and just knowing that Collins Way already has issues that are on the back, and I realize they're looking at being rectified with some of the things that are going on. But how are we going to deal with the stormwater and make sure that we don't have those same issues on, I guess, on the bottom right of the plan? The other question is, I don't see really anywhere for visitor parking for any of these units. I don't know if we need visitor parking like we would with some of the smaller developments. There's nowhere for someone who doesn't live there to park. Someone has a family get together with, I invite my family over and I have 30 people. There's nowhere for any of these people to park. And then also if people want to access the parkland where it potentially could park there. So just parking and stormwater are my 2 main concerns.
Excellent. Well, great questions. And in fact, the stormwater management was the main reason why this project has taken so long to get to council. It was because we were looking at how to expand that stormwater management pond to a state where it wasn't also encumbering the park. And so that stormwater management block was designed and expanded over time over the last year and a half. And where does it go? It goes to Carroll Street, and then it goes along Willis Avenue, a section of Willis that doesn't exist right now, and then runs to the stormwater management pond within that plan of subdivision, and then along a municipal drain that runs along the CN rail line. So that is part of a story that you heard last meeting about the Fieldcrest subdivision and that plan of subdivision having the change for the townhouses. This is all part of a larger group of developments that are happening, and this one moves forward, that one moves forward. All of these pieces are coming together at the same time, and that's why you're seeing them come forward now, because we've been spending so much time with each of these individual developers and applicants to try to make all of these pieces of that puzzle work together. So that was one of your questions. The other question was around parking, and there's two parts to it. One is that these streets are public roads, so they'll be 8 meters in width, so you would be permitted to have parked cars. So you're having a get-together, you'd be able to park along the street. This is a little bit different than a condominium situation where we have 6 meter driveway widths, and then there's no space for people to park. In fact, that would be a really bad situation because those are fire routes. So we try to stay off of those. Your point is noted because there are some of these units that are street townhouses and they're going to be more narrow. So what we would try to do is look to the builder to pair driveways or have driveways together so that we ended up with street spacing to allow for a car every other lot, basically, or for every 2 units of townhouses, we'd have 1 parking space out front, in front of those on the public street. So how do we do that? We would put something into the zoning bylaw. I will speak with the applicant to see what their appetite is for that, but that's the way I would, maybe just off the cuff from the question, that's how I would address that in a plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment.
Okay, follow up, Greg, then Councillor Hippel.
Yeah, just to follow up, it's, I know we just did the new dredging project that went through the Canadian Tire, and we just did all of that. Is there a reason we're using the new Queen Street one instead of that one? Just why we're using one and not the other? Just because I know the subdivision directly behind it goes to through the Canadian Tire and all the way down.
Yep.
The short answer is this water goes that way already, and so they want to have it go that way. It doesn't go exactly this way. Some of it goes down Carroll Street, but the county engineer is trying to avoid having it in the ditch. So we're having it all follow the one way.
Councillor Hippel.
Thank you, through yourself, excuse me, to Tim. You did answer, that was the one question I had too. I wondered why it was going one way or the other, but that makes sense. We really don't want any more flooding down there. This is a really busy area. These are just comments, not really questions per se. Carroll Street, that area is not that wide. It's a narrow area. That area of street where that is, it's just really congested. It's I mean, I'm there 3, 4, 5 times a day, and I know how congested that is, and it's a really tight. It's a really tight turn if you're going left or you're going right, or you're trying to even just to get across Carroll. It's going to get worse, and just having the entrance there concerns me. But the other side of that is Saxton. I mean, we just redid this. It looks lovely. It is pitch black. So the whole entire area where Collins Way is, it just, I mean, obviously I'm not suggesting that you put streetlights down to Walker's Drive, but the area where Collins Way is and just before where Walmart is, it is pitch black. So you're gonna add all these houses. You're going to have, I'm assuming, lots of families in here. We need lights. You're gonna have buses in here. You're gonna have, it's gonna be super congested. And I'm really worried about that because already it's jam packed, and we just got sidewalks in. I'm assuming they'll put, if this goes through, they'll have sidewalks, they'll have lights, have all the things. But I don't know, it seems like a lot. So I'm not saying I disagree with it, but I think there's got to be a lot of things that have to be looked at before this even attempts to go ahead. But I mean, I know housing is important, so please don't get me wrong. I think medium and high density is key, but we really need to take a good look at that corner because that corner is really busy, and it's just going to get even busier.
Any other questions? Deputy Mayor, then I have one, then we'll.
Just a clarification through you, Your Worship. This piece of property is the old Zimmerman farm, is it not? So it's halfway down Carroll, Saxton, and the train tracks, essentially, or York Street. So it's a fair hike on a walk from the intersection of Saxton. Am I correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have just one question. Emergency service, fire, EMS, have they been consulted on the one entrance yet? Is that later on in the process, Tim?
They have been circulated, the materials, yeah.
And have they did they comment?
Yes, they're okay, given the fact that what we're talking about is a 20-meter right-of-way, where most of the municipal services are found outside of the 6 meters, and it's in fact 8. So if there's work to be done along one side or another, they'll be able to work around that and still allow for travel portions.
That's fair. Councillor Pammer, then we'll.
Yeah, so, just, building on the comments about, that being a narrow road, right now, you see people walking along that road, either to go to the dog park or just out for a walk, and there's no place for them to walk. They essentially are walking in a ditch. So if we're gonna have this amount of people living there, is there plans for then a sidewalk to go, up to, to Saxton, I guess, to connect with Saxton, so people have a place to walk to the subdivision? Because this really is a great location for, amenities and shopping and everything, and we'd want to encourage people to use that and to walk to those places. But I don't want to see all these people walking in a ditch. That was my first one. And then the second is, where are we with the county on getting that traffic light at Saxton and Carroll? Because that would make a difference.
I was all ready, through the mayor, I was all ready to answer that question, and then you throw in the traffic light. So I'll start with the other portion. The county engineer has preliminary drawings for improvements along Carroll Street from the tracks back to the intersection. And that was in fact part of this whole process as well, because they needed to make sure that the elevations are going to work for the stormwater management pipes to run underneath the road. So there was some work to be done in that regard, and it's urbanization of the street, and so that would address your question about sidewalks and alike. So that's part one. Part two was about the traffic light, and I would have to check about what the timing is of that. I know that it's on the lists, but where on the list and what that means for timing, I can't say. I do know that there are traffic reports that have been out there that says that it still functions today, but it's understood that we have projects all along Saxton, apartment buildings, and this property, as well as the one right at the corner that's vacant today. So there is development that's happening in the area.
Okay. Councillor Derbyshire.
Thank you. Just one quick one through you to the planning. Just walk me through the stormwater. We're gonna go from a pond here, under the road, to the next development. Now, is the next development, it's supposed to have its own stormwater pond that we're gonna go into there? So is it starting beforehand, or does this one go first, or like, are we okay with just this stormwater pond if that next one doesn't get built, or how does this process kind of work? Does the other guys have to be going and up first before this one comes, or just?
Yeah, so we would have a condition in the plan of subdivision that would say that they need to have the outlet secured with the adjacent property owner, as well as this was a discussion that we've had with the developer already. They have been in discussions with that property owner. We don't need to go necessarily into all of the history, but that work has been done. But also, if this were to move forward, it would be our recommendation to have a hold on the zoning, just that would say you need to describe to us how a satisfactory outlet would look, or how would it look. We can see a couple of different options. The preferred one is to go through that subdivision that's already registered. It just hasn't been constructed. The phases of it have been moving at different rates of speed.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any more? Okay. A motion at the public meeting to consider a draft plan of subdivision or rezoning for the property owned by Carroll Street East Developments located at 360 Carroll Street be hereby closed. Motion to close, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Brennan, all in favor, carried. Second motion is a subject report be received for information. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Canis, all in favor, carried. Public meeting number 2, the purpose of this public meeting is to consider a zoning bylaw amendment for the property located at 6743 Old Drive. Motion to open the public meeting. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Derbyshire, all in favor, carried. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So this is a rezoning application for the property as noted on Old Drive. This is a property that is on the south side of Old Drive between Glen Oak Road and Melbourne Road. It was part of a surplus farm dwelling severance application that went to the Committee of Adjustment in February of 2024. They have now come forward with the rezoning application. This is one of the conditions of the consent application. As noted here on the location map, the property is 33.25 hectares in size, and so it's largely agricultural in the surrounding areas. This rezoning would be rezoning the agricultural property to A3 to restrict another home being built, and then the surplus farm dwelling would get a A2 zone category to address the fact that it is a small farm holding. The report goes into some of the details. The Conservation Authority has advised that they had no concerns. Development staff have just noted their standard condition about accessory buildings and the like. So there are details about the policy background in the report. Happy to speak to any of those pieces, but it is an application that's supported by staff, and a draft of the zoning bylaw is on tonight's agenda if council wishes to make a decision on that.
Thanks, Tim. Any comments in support of the proposed rezoning? Any comments in opposition? Any comments or questions from members of council? Seeing none, motion to close the public meeting. Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Derbyshire, all in favor, carried. Motion that the report be received for information and that the bylaw 110-24 be referred to the consideration of bylaws for consideration and approval. Someone bring both those motions. Councillor Hippel, second by Councillor Wilsey. All in favor, opposed if any, carried. Thank you, Tim. Motion that the council meeting minutes of November 4th, 2024 be approved as written. Councillor Brennan, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor, opposed if any, carried. Communications, there are 5 communications in front of us this evening. Did anyone wish to speak to any of those items? Councillor Wilsey.
7.1, 7.4, and 7.5.
Okay. I was going to speak to 2 of those too, so you did it. Councillor Hippel.
Oh, sorry, I was gonna say 7.5.
Okay. Motion to accept 7.2 then. Someone bring a motion to accept that. Councillor Brennan. 7.3. And 7.3, I apologize, and 7.3. Councillor Canis, all in favor, carried. Councillor Wilsey, you're up first.
My question on 7.1 is a pretty easy one. That there's 2 payments to A-Link, which are seem to be quite a lot for a month's worth of work. I just didn't know if the services we had done from them in the last month. It's on the October payment.
Okay. Director Wilborn.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilsey, the majority of that is for the fire hall work that's being conducted. Then there are architectural team, engineers, architects, so on.
It just seems like 60. I was slow to load up, but it was around $60,000. Is that just for this month? Is what we're paying the architects for a building that was designed that we're already building? I just want to verify that because that seems odd.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson, there are other projects that are also going on, such as the Gemini expansion, some parks that are being under designed, the fire hall. But the design of the fire hall is one thing, but the architect is also the project manager. So they're the ones that are reviewing all of the RFIs, all the WCOs, any change orders that may be coming in, that sort of stuff. So there's a lot of work that the architect's still doing on the fire hall project.
Okay, and you feel comfortable that $65,000 in a month is, I just totaled them up and I looked at them, that's an acceptable rate for what we're paying for those services?
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson, considering all the other projects that A-Link is involved in, yes, I do.
Thank you. Councillor Wilsey was a 7-4 or 7-5. You want to talk? And I know Councillor Hippel wants to speak to it too. Sorry, yeah, apologize.
Just a question for follow-up with Councillor Wilsey's question. The invoice that we're paying them for $65,000, are we getting detailed invoices? What does that look like? So I hear what you're saying. I mean, you obviously probably don't have it in front of you that it's this, that, and that, but is that actually how we're being invoiced, is per project? Or are we just getting like a lump sum bill at the end of the month?
Through the chair to Councillor Palmer, we're getting individual invoices for individual projects. So we'll get an invoice for the fire hall, we'll get an invoice for Gemini expansion, we get an invoice for the community garden, and so on.
Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, just, it was a real simple question for 7.4 and 7.5. I know there's other questions on it, but when I looked at the dates for communications on these, the dates for feedback need to be received by September and October. So I'm wondering why these are on a November meeting when we had to, it's like 4 to 6 weeks before now is the last chance to comment on them. So I'm just wondering why they're here now.
We have. Yeah, go ahead.
This is have recently been forwarded to be placed on the agenda from the department. So these are typically pushed out to the public, but if council wishes to see them prior to, we certainly can move them forward to an earlier date.
Okay. Go ahead, Greg.
Just as a follow-up, like, why do we even know why we need to see them as part of communication when we're like 6 weeks past the deadline? Like, I'm confused as to why they're here now.
Just to keep council aware of what's happening in the community, they're placed on for information.
Councillor Hippel.
Thank you. Through yourself, I'm not sure. I was concerned about the exact same thing that Councillor Wilsey was. I had a fair amount of questions and issues with 7.5 with, I'm going to say it wrong, Signum wireless. And again, and I know that there was letters sent to them from homeowners, farmers in the area, but they're really, I guess I was kind of myself, I was kind of waiting for it to come to us, and then you know, we would talk about it, but I feel like I think this is done, right? Like, I mean, are we getting this and this is already a done deal and it really doesn't matter that it's in our communications and we're talking to this? Because I don't know how to answer the public on this one.
CAO, then I have a suggestion.
Through the chair to council, staff when staff receive questions on this, they do correspond with the communication companies about the questions with residents. But certainly moving forward, we can put these on as soon as they are received by the department for council's feedback as well.
Yep.
So then my follow-up is, then this is, so 7.4 and 7.5, this is here for us just to see, to note that they're in our community, they're being built, and we can't really do a yay or nay at this point, it's just going on, right?
I think we could always respond, because I hear the concern, but I think we can always respond fashion, whatever that fashion may be. Nothing has been done yet. They put a deadline on for correspondence, but I think if council wishes, we can always send a letter, you know, say what they do with it, but I mean, we can, because there's still a long process, correct? Councilor Derbyshire, yeah?
Sorry, just before we head down that road.
Yeah,
I'm just asking.
What is our policies, procedure on telecommunication things? And is this a private deal between landowner and communication companies that all this should be is information for us to know that, hey, phone your service provider and say, please put a tower, or please put a thing up there so I get better service. I think we better be very dicey as to what we're telling people to do with their land.
Yeah. CAO.
Through your worship to council, so yes, these are communication towers on private property. They're not on municipal property, so they're two individual, and those agreements are signed with the property owner and the communication company.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Fair enough. My only comment was, and Councilor Derbyshire wants to chime in, the cell reception along Christina Road is terrible, so I would personally welcome that. Okay, so any other comments on those? Okay, still have to receive 7.1, 7.4, 7.5 for information. Councilor Kennis, second by Councilor Brennan, all in favor, carried, thank you. Skip over the notice of motion. Engineering and Public Works, the 10-year road needs study, motion to receive the report first. Councilor Brennan, second by Councilor Kennis, all in favor, carried. So now turn it over to BM Ross.
Good evening, council and staff. Thanks for the opportunity to come speak. And I see you've got the presentation up there for me. Yeah, so this evening I'm going to speak about the road needs study that we've completed for the municipality. Just as for your information, we mentioned this earlier, we did a similar study in 2015 for you, so this is sort of an update, and they typically are done about every 5 years to help municipalities plan ahead. So the scope of the assessment, we prepared maps. First we started out with the maps and the inventory of all the assets that are for your road network system. We reviewed all the hard surfaces, so we didn't review the gravel roads, but we focused on the hard surfaces, the HCB and the LCB surfaces. We completed condition scores. As for, there's an MTO manual that's traditionally been used for a scoring method for quite a few years. We assigned scores for the surface of the road surfaces, for the structural base within the road, and drainage along those road systems. And we use that information and we analyze it, and we develop a priority list of all the needs. And those needs, what we do is we incorporate some deterioration factors into the road surfaces to help figure out when we anticipate future road needs will be required in the future. Then we calculate the cost of the proposed work and prepare a report to summarize the recommendations. So this slide gives you some information about the inventory. It shows the high-class bituminous. It shows on the top left corner the surface types, and most of the road surfaces, as you can see in there, are LCB, which is a low-class bituminous, or your tar and chip type road surfaces. And the next most common are the high-class bituminous with 2 lifts of asphalt on there, and there's the gravel and single lift of the LCB one a little bit. On the right-hand side, it shows that most of your roads on a per meter or per kilometer length, they are the rural roads, and you've got 57 kilometers of urban roads, and then you've got 43 kilometers of semi-urban. So urban being the one with curb and gutter, and the semi-urban is no curb and gutter, but you've got sort of a shallow swale on the side, but it's often in a small community. Then at the bottom, what we provided is some information on the assumed life of each of the assets. And we provide this information because it kind of helps to give you just kind of a perspective on how much road reconstruction work and stuff should be anticipated just to kind of maintain the infrastructure. So for example, with the gravel roads, they typically last maybe 100 years and you do your regular maintenance. With the LCB, it's typically the 5 to 7, or we say 6 years. So if you look at the number of kilometers you have up above, and assume you're gonna have to do it every 6 years, that works out to about 24 kilometers of road to be resurfaced every year. With a high-class bituminous with one lift, they're suggesting a 15-year life, so that's about 1 kilometer per year. And with the 2 lifts, your 30-year life, you have about 3 kilometers of road that on average should be done each year. Next slide. So this slide shows the results of our study where we did the condition scores. And the scores for the roads and surface and for the structural base of the road, they're scored out of 10, 10 being excellent, 5 being at a stage where it's due for reconstruction work. You should never have a road of 1, 2, 3. That's like a dirt path, but the manual's got that in there, so you'll probably never see any of those scores, I hope. And when you look at the numbers, you can see with the LCB, the surface rating, it averaged 7.2, and the structural rating, which is what we think of as the road base, sort of that helps to support it, and you kind of look at the roads and you help try to judge that based on the shape of the road. It scored 7.5. With the HCB, your surface condition rating, we scored, average score was 7.7, and the structural base, 8.5, and you can see the average ratings there. When you look at the graph down below, you can see when you're looking at, for example, the blacker lines, which are the HCB, there's fairly uniform distribution across the different condition ratings, as if to say you've got a certain number that are up at the 10 and you've got so many down at the 5, and they're kind of gradually working their way through. On the other hand, when you look at the blue lines for the LCB, you notice there's a large slug that's in the 6 and 7 scores. So what's happening is your LCB are kind of going down closer to the bottom end of the scale, which we'll talk about a little bit more as we go through the next slides. On the next slide, this is the structural condition ratings. And with this one, you can see a similar trend where with the LCB, there's actually nothing was scored right up near the top end of the scale, and they're scoring quite a bit in the 7s and going down further. So with the LCB, you've got more than 50% of your roads are scoring 7 or lower, and with the HCB, which is your asphalt surfaces, there it's a little more uniformly distributed throughout the condition ratings. So maybe we can go to the next slide. I'll provide some. So our observations with the high-class bituminous roads with a surface condition rating of 5 or lower, they're the ones that are usually due for rehabilitation work now. Roads that are in a 6, they're typically going to need some repair work in that 5 to 9 year period. We previously, as I mentioned, did a study in 2015, and the condition rating for the roads, the HCB, it deteriorated from 8.4 down to 8.1 over that time period of since 2015, so almost 10-year period. So not a significant change, but a little bit of deterioration. While we were doing the reviews, it was identified that the drainage system in parts of Strathroy and Mount Bridges, they appear to be substandard, and storm sewer outlets and facilities with some needs. In fact, we've seen some flooding in the boulevards and stuff while we were doing our reviews. The life expectancy of the HCB can be maintained and potentially extended a little bit. We're suggesting with a little more crack sealing, either spray patching, some shoulder ditching work, improvement of localized patching. So that's one comment. We thought there was some areas where you could maybe do a little more maintenance to try to help extend the life of the HCB roads. Next item. Next slide. Okay, with regards to the LCB roads, yeah, all the road sections, they're typically going to be needed to be redone within 10 years because that's the life. They say typically 5 to 7, but if you get lucky, you might get a few more years out of it before they have to be resurfaced. The average condition rating for the LCBs, they deteriorated from 7.9 down to 7.3. So that's, I would say, a bit of a significant change over a 10-year period. And we're suggesting road reconstruction work has not been keeping up to date with those. The typical resurfacing of the LCB roads, like I said, being in that 5 to 7 years. And the one challenge is if the road starts to deteriorate too far, it's not a case of just going back and resurfacing it with a spray to extend the life. You end up having to reconstruct the surface, put down 2 spray lifts to get it rebuilt back up. So the problem is, if you let them deteriorate, it's almost like a snowball, like it starts to go off the cliff and it gets too far. So the concern we have when we're looking at that distribution of your conditions for your LCB roads is that over the next few years, you're gonna have a lot more work to do for catch-up sort of thing. And the last point I had there, the LCB road surfaces, they appear to be performing well in some areas, not as well in some others. It may be a factor based on high traffic volumes or the weight of the vehicles that are traveling on the roads. Sometimes with the narrow shoulders, we notice a bunch of the roads where you have LCB with just a narrow shoulder, and then it doesn't have support just to hold the edge of the roads. And maybe just not being resurfaced soon enough for them to perform well. Next slide. So with our analysis of the LCB roads over the past 3 years, resurfacing on average, the municipality has been resurfacing and averaging less than 14 kilometers of LCB roads versus the recommended 24 kilometers. And you spent on average 700,000 versus the suggested budget of about 1.4 million, with an average of 8-year increments between resurfacing. So our thought is once the Strathroy-Caradoc, once you can get caught up with your LCB program, there's potential that the cost could be reduced back down, but there's the concern we have is we have to do a bit of catch up. Some of the LCB roads are experiencing relatively high traffic volumes year round, and they weren't maybe being upgraded to HCB, changing them from the LCB to part of the asphalt. The next slide. This next slide, it helps to illustrate what the cost differences between the different road surface types and how those costs are how the municipality has to pay for it. For example, with the gravel roads, it's all annual maintenance. You're putting a new surface of gravel on every 2 years, and then you're going to be regrading it with the equipment from the operators. Now, when we did this budget, we assumed that you're going to have to buy the gravel. We didn't. I understand you guys have a gravel pit, but it's getting near the end of its life, so for comparison purposes, we just assumed you had to buy gravel for the gravel roads. With the LCB and the HCB, some people say, well, there's hardly any maintenance. But on the other hand, there are other costs, things like your sand and salt that you have to buy every year for winter maintenance. And what we've done is we've taken actually your costs from the municipality, looked at the sand and salt, just spread it over the length per kilometer of the LCB and the HCB roads and assumed that it was going to be distributed evenly. That's one of the components we put in. We also include for the pavement, we include costs like line painting and some shoulder regrading work and things like that. So that's where the maintenance number that we presented there. The other is assuming with the LCB that you're having to resurface every 5 to 7 years, and with the HCB assuming that you get a 20-year life out of the asphalt. But looking at that information, it suggests that the gravel roads are cheaper, LCB are a little more expensive, and the HCB are more expensive yet. You just have to keep in mind that gravel roads, you don't really want them if you got tons of traffic on them. So you kind of have to take what's required based on the traffic volumes and choose the appropriate road type. Next slide. So LCB and HCB road maintenance, we're suggesting an allowance of $39,000 per year. And this is to address some additional work like the crack sealing and some localized patching and to extend the life of your asphalt surfaces. These are additional costs and then from the stuff that you're already doing, like your line painting and your cold mix patching and things like that staff are already doing. Next slide. Now with this slide, it's kind of difficult to see from here, but we're showing a list of some of the LCB roads that may be considered for upgrading to asphalt. We've got Glengyle Drive, Amons Road, Parkhouse Drive, Christina Road, Falconbridge Drive, and Springbank Road. You can see over on the far right the daily traffic volumes that your staff, they do the traffic counts and they provide us the information on what traffic volumes were experienced on those roads. And they're getting up over 2,000. So we're considering upgrading to high-class bituminous. For the purpose of this study, the only one that we've adjusted in the cost and included in our budgeting was upgrading the Glengale Drive section that's listed there. So the next slide, it shows the capital improvement costs per year of need. What we've done here is we've gone through each of the roads, and as I mentioned, we have the deterioration rates, so we take a look at the ones that are scoring 5, or ones that we're anticipating to be dropping down to that range, and we've been putting the needs in there for rehabilitation costs, and you'll notice they're quite significant. Now, we have, talking to staff, we recognize that you've got other things that are going on, and the road is just the top surface, and you've got all your other infrastructure underneath. So we normally recommend to staff, we'll provide information based on what we see for the road surface. We're not necessarily looking at everything underneath, so you have to kind of take that into consideration while you're scheduling your work going forward. Where possible with this information, when we did the costing, we assumed that the municipality was going to be doing their own project managing of the infrastructure. So, for example, the LCB, some of that work, maybe the resurfacing, they're doing that themselves. One thing we didn't include in here is the fact that sometimes the staff are actually doing some of the work themselves. We assumed just as if you were hiring somebody to do like the regrading of the LCB roads and stuff like that. So that's one area that, but it's not going to be a huge factor, but it can be a factor to help with a little bit of the cost. Okay. The next few slides, I'm not going to go through them. They're too small for anybody to see from the distance. We're just illustrating that what we've done is we've taken this information and we've put them on the map with years listed in there for the suggested years, so council can go through the report and so there's copies of the report and they can see when things are proposed or the timelines and the schedule that we prepared. And there's, I think, the 4 slides here. We'll maybe just jump ahead and go through them versus looking at them in detail.
Thank you for that. Before you open it up to questions, I have one that I should know and staff may need to answer. Can somebody remind me, because I probably voted on it, why we left Melbourne out? And it was probably a conscious decision, but can someone enlighten me?
Why we left Melbourne out of the study? You mean?
Yeah, just curious. I'll have to answer it. So.
I'm not, we use
Yeah.
the same road network that we had from before, so I'm not sure why it was, that maybe we just didn't show up detailed blown up drawing for it.
There's Melbourne on an inset.
Is Melbourne in the?
Melbourne's on an inset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's on the, I didn't see it in the.
Page 13 of 19.
Is it in there? Okay, thank you. Okay, so it's on the map. I missed the map. Then the second one I have, maybe Tim could help. At what point in time, what traffic does the county assume road? Do we know that, the number when the county assumes roads?
I'm sorry, I don't know the.
Okay, I know there's a number.
We can get it for you.
Thank you. Open it up to questions. Councillor Kennis and Councillor Wilsey, was that Councillor Kennis?
I guess just a general question, there's lots of big projects here moving forward. I guess how do we compare with other municipalities that you looked at? Are we pretty average, or are we worse than average, that kind of thing?
So comparing others, I'll admit that I've noticed more of a change in that 10-year period than I've seen with some of the others. I'll admit that. Others are trying to experiment with different things, trying to find things to save costs because everybody's facing challenges with costs. So it's not uncommon that some of the deteriorations have gone down a little, but I just think, especially with in terms of your LCB, it's dropped more than most.
Councillor Wilsey, then Councillor Hippel.
So looking at the cost that we have on there, I noticed that you only did the one for Glengale Drive. Does that mean that the cost for all those other roads, Christina, Falconbridge, Springwell, all the ones that aren't Glengale, that's not included anywhere yet? in addition to that, when you did the chart, was there an inflation index per year built into that, or that's all in 2024 dollars?
No, there was actually one more slide there, just maybe bounced ahead, that shows a couple of that notes in regards to that. No, we included this information without inflation. We used it in 2024 dollars. It gets pretty complicated trying to have different prices, and you don't know what year you're going to be applying it when you're trying to do that. With regards to the other ones that were listed there, the other LCB roads, we just assumed that they're going to stay LCB, so we did have maintenance for them, their reconstruction work, but it was just assuming they were staying as LCB. We didn't have the additional cost when you transition from an LCB road to an asphalt road. It's a significant jump in cost. So we didn't, we left them as they were for purpose of the study anyways.
And just as a follow-up, I know there's been a couple of studies we've done on a few of these intersections on these roads. You haven't included any of those costs either, so if there's a safety upgrade or an intersection upgrade from another study, that's not in here.
Correct. That's not been included. We haven't included bridges. We haven't included any of the infrastructure underneath. We just tried to focus on the road. But if we saw some localized drainage improvements or something like that, we might have that included. Ditch cleanout work, we might have identified that as maintenance, but not traffic signals or lights. That's outside the scope.
Councillor Hippel.
Thank you. This is just a comment, and through yourself, it's a great report, and for whatever reason, roads has always been very intriguing to me, but it is the heart of everything in our municipality, and it's frustrating to me to see that when you put something in that, you know, we've resurfaced, you know, less than 14 kilometers for, say, tar and chip versus a recommended of, say, 24 kilometers. I mean, when we're trying to create budgets that work for the whole municipality, at the same time, when we cut costs, I mean, we can't cut costs on roads, and it is frustrating because knowing full well that at some point it's just going to cost us more, and the more we grow, these roads are just getting hammered, and we really need to focus on this. Otherwise, we're going to be spending more money than we ever want to spend, and we can't keep patching things. So I really appreciate this report. It's very timely, and I'm hoping that once we hit our next finance meeting, that we have a very fulsome discussion on this.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Derbyshire.
So does that include even in the expansion, sorry, through you to BM Ross, with the conversion of McAvoy or of Glengyle down there? Does that include road improvements and possibly ditch, like that needs some major kind of widening and movement? Did that include that cost, or just the road? Correct. Just the surface again?
So with regards to that section, yes, we did include. So if you're taking a road that's an LCB road and you're going to update it to an HCB, we're recommending you should do a little bit of geotech, make sure that you've got a suitable road base in before you put that asphalt on, because you want it to last yourself 30 years, and you want to have suitable drainage and what have you, and a wide enough shoulder to help support the edge of the road. So yes, certainly in that section, we did include cost to do the additional.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Next is the water, wastewater, and stormwater master plan. Motion to receive the report of first information. Councillor Kennis, second by Councillor Palmer. All in favor? Carried. So I guess the best way, I think, to do this is Director Ortiz, or if you wanted, there are a number of questions, if you had any follow-up that you want to bring forward, or how did you want to? Because I think council has more questions, so.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So we do have a second report also that follows the master plan report, which is an update on the aeration program at Mount Bridges wastewater treatment facility. So I'm happy to answer any questions on the master plan at this time, or we can answer those questions when we move to the aeration facility.
Why don't we stick to the master plan, CAO?
If I may, we do have staff from RV Anderson that is available if there are, I know council wanted a little bit more time to digest this and to ask any questions, so I don't know if
That's fine.
if you're agreeable. If council does have questions or regarding the report, I think this would be an ideal time to ask those questions.
Okay, our questions, we'll start with Councillor Wilsey.
My first question is on the population projections that were used. So on this report, we heard last meeting that this was based on the WSP. The WSP projections were actually rejected by this council. We sent that planning report back that the WSP connections were in because they didn't line up with the current mandate to use Ministry of Finance numbers. So my question is, how can we accept a report that's using numbers that don't meet the current guidelines? It's already outdated. We rejected those numbers back in June. We knew in August we had to use the new Ministry of Finance numbers, and here we are in November being asked to accept a report that's using numbers that have not been valid for almost 6 months.
Okay, your question, who want to take this?
Mr. Mayor, I'm again John Turtle from RV. I can take that question. So we worked with staff and I believe the planning department. We started this project in April or the spring of 2023. I think we updated the numbers mid-year based on the what we were provided by the municipality's planning department. So we use those. Again, these are a guideline. This is a 25-year study. It's again, population, development, these things. It's like, you know, we're trying to put our foot in the river and the water's going by, so we have to make some assumptions. I think, you know, if it's off by a few percent, there's all these plus or minuses and uncertainty with a lot of things. So it's probably I would assume, and my professional judgment is, if the numbers are off by a little bit, they're within, you know, they should be within a normal margin of error for this type of study. We did use what was considered to be the high growth numbers for Strathroy-Caradoc at the time. So again, I can't state how valid the numbers are at present, but they should be good enough. And we go through this with all sorts of master plans. At some point, we have to sort of stop changing the numbers in terms of population, because that will affect, so that we can do our analysis.
Okay. Any other follow-up, Craig?
And just a follow-up on that. So you came back and you asked us about if we wanted to include all of Mount Bridges or just a new of it. So at that point, you were already changing the numbers. And by that point, the Ministry of Finance numbers were already law, and that we had to use them. In addition to that, we've been talking as a council and with the planning department about doing some sort of new commercial and employment lands. And I guess my concern is accepting a 25-year plan that doesn't include any additional capacity or space where we might put in additional employment lands and how we would service those lands, and using numbers that don't meet the current standards for legislation that we have to use in planning. So I've got two major issues. My question out of that is there a way to get a revision? Because it shouldn't be that hard to run the model with a little bit higher numbers and put an allowance in for service land. Is that something we can do?
Follow up. Yep. Don't take that one. John? Mark?
Yeah, I'll start, and perhaps John can follow up. So through the chair to Councillor Wilsey, as John had mentioned, the trend for growth is pretty clear in Mount Bridges and in the municipality. The major project, which is going to be addressing that growth, is realistically going to be the wastewater treatment plant in Mount Bridges. That will undergo another EA, which we will be working on hopefully in the short term. We do have an opportunity to revise minor changes in overall projections and growth through these projects, through the EA process and the design process. And that would be done through any project from now through to the next master plan, which will be done in another 5 or so years. So I'll pass it off to John for any further comments.
The other thing too with the master plan, Mr. Mayor, is we're looking at trigger points, like basically each major component of your infrastructure system has a certain capacity, and going up, and it's gonna reach its capacity at a certain time, and the standard is usually about, when you're at 85% of capacity, is you will start the process of upgrading it to do that. So there's, the intent of the master plan is not to predict everything. If I could predict everything, I wouldn't be standing up in front of Strathroy Council. I'd be on an island somewhere if I could predict the future really well. But I think what we're looking at here is we're looking at giving you the tools through the master plan to assess when the process has to start, when a trigger point's reached, what are the trigger points. And then once those trigger points are reached, then you will go through your planning and your implementation process.
Other questions? Councilor Derbyshire.
I'll go through you to, at this point, I'm not too sure. When we set the master plan forward, and this is now going to be our guideline going forward, right? So we talk about how your key infrastructure points all work into this. One of those key infrastructure points, we don't have a clue what we're doing with. So how can we say going forward, this is our master plan, if that key infrastructure point isn't resolved? So that's where I have a hard time, and I don't want to say, yes, I agree with this, even though a lot of this work that was done probably lines up, right? But we do have a key component here that we don't have an answer as to what that's going to look like, maybe in 2 to 3 years. Could be completely different than what it is today.
Director Ortiz.
Through the chair to Councillor Derbyshire. When undertaking a master plan, it's not uncommon to have some degree of uncertainty going into the future, with the knowledge that, again, further studies would be undertaken to firm up the plans. So the master plan as laid out highlights a few different options with kind of a baseline recommended approach, which can be used as a forward-looking budgetary process, if you will. But the main conclusion is that a further study through a Class EA would be required to identify what the future approach and preferred recommendation would look like.
Other questions? Sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Oh, I should have raised my hand and not set my glasses. My apologies, Your Worship. Through you to Director Ortiz, and I'm not sure if you can answer this. So I'm looking at page 7 of the report, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph from the bottom. And it just says, in addition to the future treatment capacity needs, the Mount Bridges wastewater treatment facility, in acronym, currently struggles to meet effluent compliance limits with the existing flows of approximately 400 cubic meters per day. Does anything change in that statement with regards to the report we received this evening from Dr. Griffiths, where, and I'm trying to interpret what he has said to us. He says the stream is healthy. I guess if I extrapolate that out, does that mean then that the plant is actually functioning as intended? I don't know if that's really something I can extrapolate out. I just don't know. But then we have the effluent that struggles to meet compliance. So now I'm left in a quandary. I don't know what the affluents are. Are they being collected properly? Like, is that the error? I don't know anything about those plants and how that number comes about, sir, but all I know is the doctor comes in and says, I checked out this cold water stream and you guys are in good shape. I'm not quoting him, of course. Does anything change in your report based upon what he said this evening?
Through the chair to, I should have waited to be addressed, but.
No, that's okay, because I will tell you, Deputy Mayor, I wrote down the same question about effluent testing, so.
Deputy Mayor McGuire. I think it's great news, actually, what we heard from the deputation earlier. I don't think it changes anything in either the master plan report or the other report that we put forward tonight on the Mount Bridges treatment facility. The ECA limits are pretty clear. They're set from the Ministry of the Environment. We would never use negative impacts on the environment as a barometer for whether or not we are operating well or not. The intent of ECA limits are to prevent negative impacts on the environment. So once you reach that point, you don't want to reach that point. So I don't think that would change anything from the reports or studies we've put forward tonight.
If we're getting into this.
No, you have a follow-up, but
Go ahead, you can follow up.
No, I don't have a follow-up, I'm good.
Yep, follow-up.
So, just so we're perfectly clear, let's break this down into plain English. The creek's fine, working well, but we're still mistreating this thing and it's not working right. It's so hard to say. If my dad said to me the combine's kicking corn out the back, and I go there and there's no corn going out the back, I'd say to him, the combine's working just fine. I do believe this seems to be the same point. If the creek is fine and we're not killing or polluting anything, how is the machine not working right?
Well,
Director Ortiz.
through the chair to Councillor Derbyshire. Again, the limits are set by the Ministry of the Environment. They set limits based on the science that they have, and we follow the regulations.
Can I?
No, let him finish, Councillor. Then you can, I'll let you follow up.
I'm struggling to find a similar analogy, but I'll take speed limits as an example. The speed limit is a regulation or a law that's set. The intent is to prevent accidents. It doesn't mean that if you go 10 kilometers an hour over the speed limit, you're going to cause an accident. There's quite a possibility that you can still be safe within that limit, but it's still the law, and it's the law based on assessing risk and preventing impact and negative impacts on the environment, which is what the delegation today thankfully confirmed.
Go ahead, Councillor, follow up.
Okay, we were also told that the creek temperature that those numbers were set at was 27 degrees or 24 degrees. The creek is 11 degrees all the way around, all year round, which changes the thing. And as for numbers like that, I do realize with the traffic cop that would be a good analysis, but we are given numbers. I'll go back to my combine. They hand me a set of numbers and John Deere says set your concave at 6, 3, and 7. Then it says adjust to conditions. These are just a guideline to follow. If the arse end looks good and there's no corn on the ground and you're set at 8, maybe that's where you need to be. Like, at some point we have to look at this and say, is the machine doing what it's supposed to be doing? And if the creek is fine and everybody's clear and we're not polluting the environment, which is what we've been told, we're gonna be fine, we're gonna be shut down if we don't get this under control, this, that, and the other thing. You can't come at us with those things and then when this works out, go, well, it's still wrong because this number says it's wrong. But that number, if it's a warm creek, or if it's a cold creek and not a warm creek, we're off by a bit, right? It'd be like setting my combine for corn and I'm combining beans. We're not doing the same thing.
Okay, I don't know if there is a follow-up. We'll go to Councillor Brennan, then Councillor Caddis.
Through the mayor to the director, and again, I'm going to try and restate this away so I can understand if I understand what's going on correctly. We had a presentation this evening from an environmental consultant with great academic credentials, and he did a lot of testing, or he did some testing, I'm told, and his conclusion was that there was, as far as he could see, little or no environmental damage in the creek that is near the wastewater treatment plant. He was comparing flows above and below it. And I think, that's great news because we don't want to hear that there's damage. I guess what I'm wondering then is that can coexist with the current effluent from our plant. Obviously, it must be. But when the ministry talks about what the standards are for the effluent leaving the plant, are we meeting those? And if we are, terrific. If we're not, well, I guess we have to work on that. But is it possible that the creek could still be in an acceptable condition and not have any damage to it, and we could still be a little bit in exceedance of what the province says, just because they built in maybe a safety factor there, and we just haven't gotten to the critical point where damage to the environment is going to begin to occur? Because my understanding would be there wouldn't be a magical line below which there's no damage and above which there's catastrophic damage. It would be a spectrum. And what I heard tonight is that anything that's happening right now, there isn't any perceptible damage to the environment. I guess I need to take a look then at the numbers of what's coming out and compare them to what the province says is acceptable. And I maybe what my question to you is where are we in terms of our effluents? And does that coexist with what we heard from the expert tonight? And if we were exceeding it over a period of time, would there be degradation, or would we have risk of maybe having the measurements become less acceptable over time? I guess that's what I'm asking. The fact that we had good news tonight, but it may be that we could have that good news, but still not be reaching the levels that the province wants us to reach because they've set some ideal standard. If you understand my question.
Director Ortiz.
Through the chair, you had a couple of, or maybe three different kind of angles on that question, and I think I do understand. So first of all, simply yes, if it's not impossible that we can be exceeding effluent limits and still not be impacting the creek negatively as the deputation had suggested, which again I think is great news. I think it would be much different conversation for the municipality if we were showing to provide negative impact on this creek. I'll say a couple things. Very simply, currently at current flow rates, we're looking at 400 cubic meters per day. That's less than half of what the plant is intended to operate. So if you double the effluent, you're doubling that impact on the environment. The impact that we see today, if we don't change anything, we ramp up to double the current capacity. Will there be negative impact in the future? I don't know. I can't confirm. So I think there was a third part to that question too.
I guess the idea is that you're dealing with the quantity of flow, and I guess what I'm asking also is if we do tests on the quality of that flow as well.
Yes, and through the chair, we most recently in October we did our sampling, and we report to the ministry when we exceed our effluent limits, and we did that for October. We were over 100% over the limit for ammonia in October. I think 6.3 milligrams per liter when the limit was intended to be 3.
Councillor Canis, you had a question.
Actually, it was just a comment. I mean, our speaker tonight, I'm not questioning his knowledge or his background or his skills or anything like that, but I mean, he hasn't been vetted by anybody that works for this municipality. He was brought in by a third party who seems to have had an interest in this plant for forever, and to accept the suggestions that the man made tonight as the gospel truth, and without having them be checked, I don't think we can do that. So again, I'm not questioning whether he's right or wrong or anything like that. I'm just saying for us to hang our hat on what was said tonight by a delegation that wasn't vetted, that, you know, I think we have to be careful in doing that.
One more then, because you've had, yep.
So the plant doesn't work. That's what you're telling me. And I need to spend $15 million to make this right, even though we're not doing any damage. Even though, yes, he's not an expert, 35 years at the MECP and a whole line of letters, that's right. We'll get, if you want to vet him tomorrow, I'll make that motion now, you vet him, we'll figure out what's going on. He said to us, does it change with hot and cold water? Can those numbers change? So if we're a hot water creek and they're these numbers, and we're a cold water creek and there's these numbers, does that point where Mr. Brennan wants to keep saying the ministry set these numbers, do those numbers change? And if they do, are we exceeding them still? That would be my question.
Through the chair. So there was a simulative capacity study done, I believe I forget the year, but before the plan was constructed. John might be able to provide some input on that too.
I'll provide it right now. You didn't own it. It was done by Caradoc Place. It's actually owned by the presenter here that just presented. That was his thing. Like, I know where we're getting here. It's just.
But ask the question, and also I want to do one thing, Councillor. I'm just going to remind the gallery about the comments. Please keep the comments. So, any other questions or comments regarding?
If we just want to push through and just keep blowing money, by all means do it.
We haven't got to the point where we're.
You have.
We haven't approved anything, Councillor.
You've approved it all. You don't realize that? Go back through and read the thing.
We have not.
It's all approved. It's just on pause.
No, we haven't approved anything, Councillor. Yeah, Councillor Brennan.
Point of order. I think the director was trying to answer, and I'd be interested to hear what his response was.
Councillor, sorry for the demotion. Director Ortiz, and then we'll bring this one, we'll move to the next one.
I'm trying to unpack what was said there. I think one of the pieces is the plant currently functioning or working? And I think the easiest answer to that is to say we are not consistently and reliably able to meet our effluent criteria. So the short answer would be no. As I'll highlight in the report I'll be presenting after the master plan report, there are a few things that we would like to investigate to see if we can do something with the plant in its current state. I would love it if we were able to find a solution that would solve the issue. I'm not entirely optimistic that we'll be able to do so.
But it's driving me nuts. I asked a question. We got a warm water creek and a cold water creek. Maybe that solves your problem right then and there and switches the numbers. But we're keep dancing around this. Nobody wants to answer that.
Councillor, we discussed this, so we'll go to the next one, okay? We've had lots of questions and lots of debate. Councillor Hippel would like to speak.
Through yourself, I have 6 years. I've been trying to wrap my head around all of this, and quite honestly, I've never gotten to the point where I've actually wrapped my head around everything because it's very complicated. But I have had 2 people ask me, I couldn't really answer them, so this is what I'm asking you. We have all of this development in Mount Bridges, and when you're talking about affluent, so if this development goes through, can the plant handle all of this development? Once they start getting built, the homes and the houses start being built, can our plant handle this?
Director Ortiz.
Through the chair to Councillor Hippel. So I'll answer that in 2 ways. And the first will be that currently, as mentioned, we're not currently in compliance. So work needs to be done to get the current plant into compliance. And then secondly, we need to look at what the actual total capacity is for servicing and treating wastewater in Mount Bridges. And that's where the EA, the future EA, will come in and help address. So looking at the proposed development that we have or on the books, there's a lot of development. So there will need to be additional treatment in Mount Bridges in order to accommodate the proposed development. And the answer to that and how we do that would be done through that EA process.
Councillor Wilsey, one, then we'll wrap this up.
Well, I was just looking back while we were waiting. I actually went back and looked at a July 16th meeting, and I can't go over too many of the details that was enclosed,
Yeah.
but I wanted to look at the report and just look at the developments that were included there. And all the developments that were included there are ones that we've already seen plans of subdivision for.
Can I just ask, Councillor, was that report submitted and closed?
Well, I'm actually just
asking you to be careful, okay? That's all I'm asking, you know the rules.
Yeah, so all of those subdivisions were just ones that were already proposed. So when we look, when we say we were talking with planning staff and looking at future growth, we know that there's 3 or 4 other subdivisions, at least in Mount Bridges, that wanted to go over, and they don't appear to be included in this number. And this is a 25-year plan. If we've got a 25-year plan, we're looking at boundary expansion, we're looking at some different things. It doesn't look like any of that was included in this report. So the comment being, back to my first one, it doesn't look like the numbers, we're using the old WSP numbers, we're not including any of the subdivisions that we're even considering on putting in for boundary expansions for coming forward. This doesn't look to be like it's a fulsome account of actually where we should be. And I do remember another report from the same consultant that had numbers that were, I believe they were 60 to 70% higher than the numbers that are in this report. I believe they were somewhere in the 4,000 number, but I couldn't find that one to reference it, but just.
Okay, so there are, I just want to ask my question. Director Ortiz, has council approved aeration? Has council's approved spending money? So has council sent you out and said spend, other than design work, have you seen any approvals from council regarding aeration?
Through the chair to himself, no, I have not seen anything, any resources being spent on aeration with the exception of the design work, which is currently ongoing and was approved by council.
Okay, thank you. So there are 2 motions in front of you. Go one at a time. The council endorses the 2024 water, wastewater, and stormwater master plan as a recommended servicing strategies to meet Strathroy-Caradoc's growth needs to 2046, as well as provide effective ongoing continuity to existing service settlement areas. And further, the council directs staff to file a notice of completion and commence the 45-day public review period as required under the municipal class environmental assessment process. Anyone want to bring a motion? Councillor Canis, second by Councillor Brennan. Deputy Mayor.
Now that we have a motion on, I actually want to go into the report and ask an interpretation. Am I reading the report right?
Okay.
Maybe this.
Okay.
So, Director, please help me. I have no problem with the entire report. It's well written. Thank you. I want to bring you back to page 7 once again, because we're talking about Mount Bridges wastewater treatment, and that's it. I see in the report you're saying, in regards to Mount Bridges wastewater, for the purposes of receiving this report and acting on the motion, is high level, receiving it at a high level. And so the 3rd paragraph from the bottom says, for the purpose of the master plan, it's assumed that Mount Bridges wastewater treatment facility will be capable of achieving its rated capacity and effective treating 825 cubic meters. So we're hoping to get this up to there. Alternative, last paragraph on that page. Alternative solutions for addressing wastewater servicing and increasing wastewater treatment capacity in Mount Bridges will be identified and evaluated in a detailed Class C environmental assessment to be completed as a high priority by the municipality. So in regards to the motion in front of us, we haven't made a final determination to go to open aeration. And I've heard you say tonight that you're still researching the possibility of this plant fulfilling its job that it was designed to do, although I think you said you didn't have a lot of hope that that would occur. So all of that is still to be undertaken and reviewed, even if this report is accepted. Am I right on that?
Director Ortiz.
Through the chair to Deputy Mayor McGuire, you are correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion in front of you. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Next is the Mount Bridges Wastewater Treatment Facility Program Update. Motion to receive the report for information. Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Kennis. All in favor? Carried. Director Ortiz, I think maybe covered a lot. If you want to talk about this report.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. I was going to go through a few more items, but I think we have discussed a few. So maybe I'll just try to provide a little bit of context on what we have done and what we're looking at, specifically with the Mount Bridges plant. Two things I'd like to go over quickly, just what we call the interim action in the report and the medium-term action. So the interim action is that installation of the equalization tank. This was approved by council in design and construction. So we currently have a construction contract with the general contractor to install an equalization tank. The scope of which is it includes converting an existing empty tank at the facility into an EQ tank. So using it as an ability to raise and lower the wastewater flow and stabilize that flow going into the plant. So it's taking an existing tank and using it as an EQ tank. The second process, or the second project, is what we term the medium-term action. And that's the implementation of extended aeration. And that has also been approved for design by council. RV Anderson is currently undertaking the design, and the scope of which is to convert three existing tanks, two of which are currently being used as the RBCs, as well as the empty tank that is slated to be turned into an EQ tank. The scope is to turn those three into extended aeration tanks, as well as some additional scope for adding headworks processes into the facility. So I've touched on the status a little bit of both of the projects. So going back to the EQ tank, the contractor has been awarded, they have ordered a majority of the materials, and they, as of October, were ready to mobilize to site. So in mid-October, staff had approached the contractor and asked them to pause mobilization, hold off on mobilizing while we look at some opportunities to streamline the program overall and potentially save some costs for the municipality. The extended aeration project still in design, approaching 90%, hopefully by Q1 of next year, and construction of the medium-term action, it would be starting in Q2 of 2025, of course, assuming that council approves. So the net result of that would be we're currently using one of the tanks at the facility, intending to use it as a EQ tank. We're going to put some equipment into it, commission it, and get it running as an equalization tank with pumps and mixers and some other equipment. And then in a few months, we'll be tendering a project to convert everything to extended aeration, including the tank that we are proposing to use as an EQ tank. So one of the opportunities that we've looked at is to possibly converting the EQ tank contract, which we currently have, into a supply-only contract, where we would eliminate any labor costs from that contract. We'd receive the equipment, which we actually already have a majority of it currently on site, and we would hold off on installing it until a future, a likely future contract for extended aeration. We expect estimated cost savings of $200,000 to $225,000, and mostly in labor and some other costs as well. Two other options that I'd like to highlight quickly that we're looking at would be reviewing the operational, doing an operational review and process optimization of the plant. I think it's worth having a third party come to site and have another additional set of eyes to look at how the plant is operating and confirm whether there's anything that we can do, if there's something that can be done operationally to make that plant function better. And if not, at least we know that it's doing the best that it can, and we need to, again, move on to next steps. And the third option I think we need to be looking at, an opportunity, would be just confirming I&I, doing an I&I study, trying to reduce the amount of water getting into the wastewater system, regardless of whether we do aeration or not. I think it's worth spending some time and seeing if there's any low-hanging fruit to reduce the amount of wastewater going into the plant, which will extend the life of the wastewater system. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, any additional questions that council might have.
Any questions? Councilor Derbyshire, yep. Oh, then Councilor Palmer, yep, sorry.
You can go ahead, Donna.
Just for my own clarification, so we have the interim action, which was going to sort of be an immediate solution to make things better, and then the medium-term action, which is estimated to cost $11 million, is again a short-term solution, because what the master plan is saying is that we need a bigger plant at some point. This $11 million medium-term action, how long is that going to hold us off for? Like, are we paying $11 million for something that's going to, is the plan that would carry us for the next 5 years or 10 years or 2 years? I'm just trying to follow this a little bit linearly, if you could help me a little bit.
Yep. Director.
Through the chair to Councilor Palmer. Yeah, to clarify, the interim action, the equalization tank is really a short-term, I'd call it a Band-Aid solution. The real short-term action or medium-term action is the implementation of extended aeration. And that in itself will get the plant up to where it's supposed to be today to be able to treat its rated capacity. Extended aeration in and of itself will not provide any additional capacity to Mount Bridges. So it won't allow Mount Bridges to grow any more than it currently is planned on the books right now. For that, an EA is required to look at future growth and any capacity, treatment capacity in excess of that 825 number, which we will hopefully get after proceeding with extended aeration.
Councilor Derbyshire.
Thank you. So, what we have here is the ability to spend $11 million or more to, first off, a solution that never should have been voted in, the equalization tank, but got shoved through, voted through by people that don't want to listen, just voted in. We're now going to do the same thing to get to 825 when we've been told the creek is fine. If we're not polluting, why can we not look at this as an option where if this buys us 10 years, then do your EA. See if this is the right spot to be. Don't forget, there's also still a landfill there. That's a totally separate part of this that at some point becomes part of this when we want to expand. Now, nobody's answered. Do the numbers change? Cold Creek, Warm Creek. So maybe we should investigate that before we dump any money into doing anything. And I know we've already spent the money on this equipment and everyone's scared to back out of a deal or change this or do that, but at some point, can we just look at it? We were told it was being paused, right? So that we can examine all options and all things. Like, I'm gonna put a motion forward that staff examine with the PAL group their findings, go down that channel. I would also like staff to work with the 2 landowners that we have legal agreements with to possibly write some of those things so that we have the ability to stay there. That will be my motion, and that's what I'm looking at. I would like to try to save taxpayers a lot of money if we can do that.
You have a seconder?
Nah, probably not.
You seconded it?
Yeah, and can I, this goes back to the very first motion I've ever made as a politician, to pause instead of running around like we've been doing. And all with the best of intentions, like everybody's trying to do the right thing. But I think this report from the director is really hitting on a lot of stuff that we've wanted to hear. So I think the idea, everything, you're an engineer, you understand this at a level I never will. And you can compile all of this information together for us. The doctor had some interesting comments to make. So that might be an interesting conversation for you to have with that gentleman. And I like the idea that you want to bring in a third party to take a look at the RBC. Does this thing, so many people have told me, unsolicited, that this thing actually works. These things actually work. I don't know. But you'll be able to figure that out. So there's a lot in here that I really like. And maybe that will finally answer. So I think the friendly amendment to Councillor Derbyshire motion would be not only the Dr. Griffith's comments and how that may or may not play into this. I think they do. And we have the landowner and location conversation, but also the conversation with this third party that you want to bring in to take a look at the specialty operators for RBCs to see if this thing really does work the way it should. And then see that report come to us from you, Director, to tell us, can we use this piece of equipment either with some upgrades or in its current format for some period of time that allows us to, we may just move right to a much bigger wastewater treatment facility in whatever format that is, RBCs or open aeration, and we only talk about those two, but apparently there's a few others open for consideration. And then we truly, for the first time, really know where we're going. And we have, I think, all the information that I can possibly bring together over 2 years of sitting in this seat. So again, my friendly amendment would be that we add the third-party RBC specialist consultation as part of this report that the director would bring back to us.
So I just ask it. Yeah, I can ask, because we're in there, what are we pausing? Because we haven't directed them to do anything other than designs. I don't know what we're pausing. That's my comment. Over here, Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Have to accept it?
Oh, sorry, you accept the motions, accept the friendly amendment?
Friendly amendment.
That's what I was putting.
Okay, sorry.
Before sorry, Chair, I would just like to clarify the motion with the amendment for the clarity of members. Councillor Derbyshire, I believe the original motion was that staff examine with the Powell Group their findings and also for the staff to work with the two landowners. Deputy Mayor McGuire, with your friendly amendment, I formulated this. I'm looking for confirmation that staff work with the Powell Group, the neighboring landowners, and also third-party RBC specialists in exploring opportunities for the Mount Bridges wastewater treatment facility.
If you would add my amendment as item 2 on page 6, third-party operational review and process optimization. So that's what the director puts in the bold heading. That, I should have got to that page, my apologies.
Apologies, Deputy Mayor, can you repeat that so I could type it out?
So to include the third-party operational review and process optimization.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it's the two landowners with agreements Just so we're clear, not just to random landowners around.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, Councillor Derbyshire.
Yeah, I was with Councillor Brennan and Councillor Hippel.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple of comments. And again, no disrespect to anybody who's making any motions. What's just been proposed and amended sounds, to my ears anyway, rather specific and prescriptive compared to, I think, the more open-ended and recommendation that we had in front of us, which I think would probably include all of these options. Because we're talking about pausing something, but I'm looking at the recommendation was to receive this for information and then direct staff to continue exploring Mount Bridges wastewater treatment facility program opportunities, including converting the existing equalization tank construction contract to an equipment supply contract, completing an operational review and process optimization, conducting an inflow and infiltration study, which to me seems rather open-ended and provides the director with a professional ability to pursue a solution. My issue is that the motion I'm hearing now seems rather prescriptive. So I guess my question through the mayor to the director is, and again, maybe I'm putting you on the spot, but the motion that we had in front of us originally on paper anyway, which was not put on the floor, it seems rather open-ended. This one sounds prescriptive. Is there anything in this motion that's being put on the floor that you would not be able to do under the original motion?
He's got a question.
Yeah, but it says at the bottom.
Point of order. I have the floor and I've asked a question through the chair to the director.
He's asked a question.
I've asked a question for the chair to the director.
He's asked a question. Go ahead.
Point of order.
Is there a point of clarification?
I don't know. I didn't hear him say point of clarification.
I'll say it then. Point of clarification.
Okay.
The bottom of this says, alternative recommendations says, council to provide alternative directions, which is what my motion does. So I don't think we need him to say whether he can do it or not. It says it at the bottom here.
Okay, sorry, Mo, I know where you're getting that from. I was looking on there, yeah. But
Just really asking a question to the director.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that he'll be able to do what we had originally had in front of us with this new motion. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah. Council, no debate back and forth. He's asked a question. Let him answer the question.
Through the chair to council, I don't think that this would restrict. I think I would be able to do everything with the original, with one caveat or point. I think I heard working with specific groups. I'd like more information on what that work would involve and who the groups would be involved in, if they're private individuals or professionals or what.
Yep.
Just my follow-up comment, I just wanted to clarify that what was originally in front of us in our agenda notes, it can still be completed with this new motion. That's what I was asking. And I've received the answer is yes. Thank you.
No, go ahead, CEO.
Through the chair, just to clarify, Councillor Brennan, are you asking if the new motion allows the original motion to be completed? Just so I'm clarifying.
Well, essentially, yes. I was asking if the intent of this motion that we had in front of us tonight, which I looked at before, and I hear this one now, and I just want to make sure that the scope of what the director can do is not being unduly constricted.
Okay. Yeah, CEO.
So if I may just clarify, sorry, through the chair to council. So if the new motion on the floor defines exactly the work to be completed. So it is different from the original motion, just to put that forward.
Okay. You had something, Councillor Hippel? I don't know if I saw a hand. Any other?
Yeah, no, yes, I did, through yourself, to the director. Sorry, your third party that you wanted to bring in, that was something that you wanted to bring in before we did anything anyways. Is that correct? So this was something that you were planning on doing. That was the one question I had before any of this started. I just wanted to ask, that was your intention, is to make sure that you had a third party come in, correct? Before we made any decisions on anything.
Yes. Through the chair to council, yeah, as mentioned in the report, I think it's recommended that we bring in a third party, and I think that would be a good exercise.
Councillor Wilsey had his first up, Councillor Pammer, and then.
Just as a question and process, depending on how the motion, or this vote goes with this motion, can we still make a second motion that will bring in the other parts of the initial motion, which were changing the existing construction contract and equipment supply, and then talk about the inflow and infiltration, because they aren't included in this motion? Are we still going? It's still going to be open.
Still bring a motion, Councillor. Councillor Pammer. Yep.
Do you want to go?
It was your motion that second.
Oh, it was actually both. Yeah, I seconded it. If you use the motion at the top of the page, and to the second part, added that the report is to include consideration of Dr. Griffith's comments, along with well, he already says that he's going to do the third-party review. It seems to be in there already, so I guess really what Mo's motion would be that the final report include Dr. Griffith's comments, and the director can listen to what he heard tonight or reach out to him and clarify or whatever. That'll be up to the director.
Councillor Pammer.
Forward.
You can address that first.
So I just asked, is that a pass forward? And I think I'm asking it to probably Councillor Derbyshire.
What do you want to do, Mike?
Well, I'm trying to find a path forward here, and that is to take the recommendations at the top of the page, but add to the second part where it says that council directs staff to continue exploring, add to the bottom of that the final report is to include consideration of Dr. Griffith's investigation at the site. So that would just direct, basically I think what that would do then is direct the director to understand what the doctor did and make consideration of that and just include it in his final report. I think everything else that we were talking about is already there. I'm getting more nods now, which I'm happy about. And I'm kind of wondering if the other issue that has been danced around about is actually a whole nother issue. That is being on that site. And I didn't use my microphone, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Would that get us to a motion that could be moved upon, if you would agree to that, Councillor Derbyshire?
So basically, we just want to consider what was said. So if he watches the video again, consider it, we're good? Like, I think this is where, if we're just gonna do that, then just don't answer the question about whether Hot Creek or Cold Creek matters, which we did that all night here, nobody answered it. So if you wanna do that, then there's no, would you do one in this?
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what you're yelling about then.
Let's keep it civil, folks. We're not here to debate. We've had, everybody's had their questions and their comments. So one more, Councillor Pammer, we have a motion in front of us. Councillor Pammer, you had your hand up.
It's okay.
Because we'll just keep going around on this.
Just vote it. I'd like it recorded. Can we get it recorded? That'd be my only request, and then we'll move forward from there.
For clarification again, are we updating the motion to include the reference to the final report, including a reference to Dr. Griffith's comments?
Whatever I agreed to first, so
Yep.
do we want the,
Yep.
Confirming again with members, moved by Councillor Derbyshire, seconded by Deputy Mayor McGuire, that staff work with the Powell Group and the neighbouring landowners with which there are agreements and complete a third-party operational review and process optimization.
Okay, that's it. All right, Councillor Brennan.
Okay,
Motion on the floor.
I would be more comfortable, and I mean, who cares what I'm comfortable with, but the original motion that we had on paper, I think it'd be great if we just passed that and then came back, and if we want to have an additional motion for other constraints that we want to put on this, that might be a better way to proceed. That's my way out of this, but I don't know if anybody wants to do that. Because as it stands now, I'll be voting against it because I think we should be doing one before we do the other. I think we got the cart in the horse here.
We have the second in motion, and Councillor Derbyshire's called for a recorded vote, so we'll start there. All yes or no, all in favor of Councillor Derbyshire's motion? It's a recorded vote. Councillor Brennan.
I'll be voting against it, and I'll be exercising under his direction, Councillor Pelkman's, to vote against it.
Okay. Councillor Wilsey.
For.
Councillor Canis.
Nope.
Councillor Hippel.
This is a tough one, but I'm gonna vote for it.
Okay, I'll be voting no. Deputy Mayor.
For.
Councillor Palmer.
For.
Councillor Derbyshire.
For.
Okay. Passes. Okay. All right. Yeah, no, we've already had a vote. Councillor Palmer.
But we can still bring forth a motion, the original motion?
Yes, if you wish.
I'll bring forth the motion that council directs staff to continue exploring Mount Bridges wastewater treatment facility program opportunities, including converting the existing equalization tank construction contract to an equipment supply contract, completing an operational review and process optimization, and conducting an inflow and infiltration study.
Okay, you have a seconder. Councillor Brennan. Okay, any questions on that one? Councillor Wilsey.
I have a question more on the inflow and infiltration study. I did a little bit of reading on this over like the past year or so, and whenever I've seen an inflow and infiltration study at other places, it's always been on old systems, on systems that are like 20, 30 years old. We're trying to figure out how we can get capacity, stormwater's mixing in, there's cracked pipes. The system in Mount Bridges is 10 years old. I guess I'm interested in the cost of the inflow and infiltration system study, and if we actually think it's going to be a benefit, or like if we're just going to find a couple downspouts to put into it, I don't think that's actually going to materially change it, because we're still getting water into the manholes from the streets. I don't know how much material we're going to get from that, if that's worth our money to do the inflow and infiltration study, and just if I could have the director speak to that.
Director Ortiz.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilsey, as mentioned in the report, I think it's worth investigating. The cost I had included was about $100,000. You are right, older systems, there would be traditionally a lot more I&I. That said, there are some indications that with fluctuations and rapid fluctuations in wastewater flow, that perhaps there is some inflow implications. The only way to address that would be through a study. And given the, I'd say, critical nature of the treatment capacity in Mount Bridges, I think any flow that we could find would be worth it.
Okay, any other questions? Deputy Mayor.
Who made the motion?
Councillor Palmer.
Oh, you made the, you'll speak to Councillor Palmer. Would you consider a friendly amendment just adding, after the infiltration study, adding that the director consider or make comment and consider the information provided by Dr. Griffiths? Just include that in his final report.
But we already passed a motion that included Dr. Griffiths.
I thought it failed.
No, it passed.
Oh, it passed. It passed. I looked up and said, did it fail? And somebody nodded their head, so I thought it failed.
No, it passed.
I withdraw.
Okay, thank you. Okay. You have a second motion in front of you. Sorry, Councillor Brennan.
Might as well have another recorded vote.
Okay. Okay, and I'll go Councillor Derbyshire. Councillor Derbyshire.
Yay.
Councillor Pammer.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor.
Yes.
Mayor votes yes. Councillor Hippel.
Yes.
Councillor Kennis.
Yes.
Councillor Wilsey.
Yes.
Councillor Brennan.
Yes, and Councillor Pelkman, yes.
Thank you.
I just wanted there to be unanimity.
Nope,
Sorry.
that's fine.
I'm sorry, Tony.
Move on to legal and legislative affairs. The schedule of council meeting dates, motion to receive the report. Councillor Pammer, second by the deputy mayor, all in favor, carried. Yeah, did you wish to speak to that?
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair members, the report before you this evening just deals with the proposed 2025 meeting date schedule, which largely remains the same. Although the addition of a second meeting in August has been added to the schedule for Council's consideration. And following Council's direction last year regarding off-site meetings, I also wish to provide some options if there is a desire to continue with off-site meetings. So within the report are contained recommendations regarding locations, current technology abilities, and concerns. With that, I'll leave it with Council for discussion and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? And I was just kind of happy to see the second meeting in August, so if there are no questions, motion that council approve the 2025 regular council meeting dates and strategic priorities meeting dates as proposed, and council provide direction to staff with respect to off-site meetings. So is there any discussion on the off-site meetings first?
I'd propose option number 3, that we basically with the understanding that live streaming and teleconferencing will not be available for the off-site meetings at the CCC.
Okay. Councillor Pammer.
Yeah, I oppose going off-site, especially because we don't have the technology. So I feel like while it may be easier for some local people, this is in Mount Bridges, we're talking about local people to come and be in person, it then prohibits a whole group of people, a larger group of people, from watching online and also watching later online. So I think that we have a town hall, we have a chamber that is equipped, it allows for a transparent meeting, it allows for a recorded meeting. Everybody in the municipality has equal access to it. And so I feel strongly that until we have the proper technical capabilities to live stream and record in a suitable way in another location, that we don't move ahead with that we continue in this format.
Any follow-up comments? Councillor Wilsey, then Councillor Kennis.
Just as a question for clarification with option 3, it says we won't be live streaming and teleconferencing, but does that mean we won't be recording it and then putting it online afterwards? Or with option 3, would we still record it, do what we did last time, and then put it on a couple days later?
Through the Chair to Councillor Wilsey, that is correct. So option 3 would be maintaining what we were able to achieve last year with the off-site meeting, using staff's skill set to record and post the meeting to YouTube at a later date.
Councillor Kennis.
I just wanted to agree with Councillor Pammer. I really think that this is the place where we should be holding our council.
Okay. No one has brought a motion yet, so I need someone to bring a motion. I just threw out what the motions were. There hasn't been a second motion, so someone want to bring a motion regarding number 2, council provide direction to staff with respect to off-site meetings. So we need direction. Councillor Pammer.
I'll put forth a motion that our regular council meetings are held in council chambers for 2025.
Okay, you have a seconder. Councillor Kennis, any further questions? Okay, so there are 2 motions there. Then one is to approve the meeting dates. Second part of that is the direction of the motion that Councillor Pammer just gave. So you got the second motion. All in favor?
Is this for both or just the one?
Both. They're both. We're approving the dates, and then I said the second part is Councillor
Why
Pam.
don't you break them apart, because somebody might approve the dates, but not my part.
Okay, all right, bring it apart then. Motion to approve the dates. Carried. Okay, now we'll go to the,
Sorry. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think you had Councillor Hammer's motion on the floor first for the held in council chambers, so that had a mover and a seconder. That'll need to be completed first, and then you'll need a mover and seconder for the first
let's
part
do
of the
it,
motion.
all right.
So if you have a seconded motion, can I now ask a question about the seconded motion?
Yeah, second motion we're talking about is the off-site meeting.
Yeah, for Councillor Pammer. So what happens if by the date of July 7th, 2025, we have the capabilities of providing live streaming and teleconferencing? Does that then change?
Yeah.
I know it doesn't change the motion,
No.
but does it?
So through the chair to Deputy Mayor McGuire, so that was also one of the options available to council, is that they can approve the Caradoc Community Center as an off-site meeting location date, but our recommendation is that staff would be directed to investigate other services for the recording, producing, live streaming, and teleconferencing, audio-visual support technologies for off-site meetings, and look into any budget consideration as well.
Councillor Pammer.
Well, no, that's not my intention, because I don't want to spend the money. I don't think we should be spending extra money to have 2 meetings a year somewhere else. I think that that's a waste of money.
Okay, so you have the second motion. All in favor of Councillor Pammer's motion? Opposed, if any? Sorry, you need to.
And Steve Pelkman votes in favor of the motion as well.
Okay, so did you get the count, Brianna?
It'd be 5-4.
Yeah,
5-4.
it passed.
It's carried. Second is motion in the council approve the 2025 meeting dates. Councillor Hippel, second by Councillor Canis. Any questions on the dates? All in favor? Carried. Financial services, external auditing services, motion to receive the report. Councillor Wilsey, second by Councillor Canis. All in favor? Carried. This is a care of Mr. Dakin. Did you want to speak to it, or do you want to go right into questions?
Through the chair to council, just wanted to, so I updated the report to include some of the criteria that was looked at in order to bring forward the motion to council. And hopefully that answers a few of the questions, but happy to answer any others.
Okay. Any questions of the director? Councillor Canis.
Just to the director, I guess this is a smaller firm that's being recommended. Are we confident that we would get extras, I guess, like expertise on, I guess taxation really isn't an issue with a municipality, but just things like that, I guess higher end accounting information that we would get with a larger firm like MNP or BDO.
Director Dakin.
Through the chair to Councillor Canis, so the company that Scrimmager and Company has a separate department, maybe it's not the best word, but partner, and partners that are also involved in taxation, all sorts of tax planning, all that as well. So they bring that as part of the office to the table as well.
Any other? Councillor Pammer.
The MNP quote, my question is, I think originally this showed that it was a local bid. Is that not correct? Now you've got it in London.
Through the chair to Councillor Pammer. So it is, they have a local office, no different than even, for that matter, BDO. BDO has a local office as well. The work that is being done by MNP would also involve mainly their office staff out of London, no different than the BDO, which is out of Sarnia.
But Scrimmager and Graham do not have local offices, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I would lean towards MNP for 2 reasons. One is that they do have a good local presence, employ a lot of people in our community, and also have an excellent reputation in our community. I don't know anything about the other two. So I would prefer to see MNP.
Councillor Brennan.
I would second that motion.
Okay. Okay, so you have a motion that we award the contract to MNP. Okay, any further questions? All in favor of awarding the contract to MNP? Oh, sorry, Councillor.
I'm voting.
Yeah, all in favor of awarding the contract to MNP? Opposed, if any? Carried. The updated purchasing policy, motion to receive the policy for information. Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Kennis, all in favor? Carried. Director Dakin, any comment before we open it to questions?
Through the chair to council, just the two documents have been attached now with the red line versions.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Wilsey.
There are two sections of this document that still refers to the treasurer liaison, even though that definition was removed from the second page of the document. So I don't think we can refer to something that's not defined anymore, so we need to update those two sections. And the second point is that we talked a little bit earlier tonight about an alternative if something happens or internet goes down or anything like that. And there is no alternative process to purchase except in an emergency situation. If bids or tenders or gov deals, either of those websites go down or cease to function, there's no alternate to them. So those are my two concerns with this final document.
Okay. Any, just a comment, are those fixable, Director? I think the first one should be, are they, Councillor Wilsey's concerns fixable?
The first one is fixable, and the second one with the internet going down, I don't believe I have the power to correct the internet,
Okay.
but I would say that's with any item, but we can work around that, whatever council decides.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't say the internet going down. I said right now we're having a lot of companies going bankrupt and being bought out. If bids and tenders ends up not being suitable to get bought up or closed down, or same with gov deals, then there's no alternative to anything else. It doesn't say or similar or anything. We just locked into those two websites, period.
Okay. Any other concerns, Councillor Palmer?
5.10 about electronic funds transfers. I just, you know, there's those are risky can be risky transactions. I mean, could be cyber attacks and things, and there's no reference here to sort of a checks and balance on that. And my first thought is, could we change it to invoices can be paid by electronic funds transfer with approval by the treasurer, so that we know that there is a director's level approving before we do electronic transfers, just as a bit of just a double check, or perhaps, Director, there's some wording in here, that you might suggest, but I just, you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah, Director Dakin.
So through the chair to Councilor Palmer, so what's being referenced in 510 there is the actual bank file, so the file to the bank. So if you look up at number, the line above, or the item above number 9, all invoices are paid and approved by directors in the form of signatures on the invoices in accordance with that. So they're assigned, so this 10 really talks to the signing of checks and the transfer of funds out of the bank account.
Councillor?
But signing a check and mailing a check or delivering a check has a different inherent risk than electronic transfer. So I think they're different, is what I'm saying. Like, I know you have them in the same paragraph, but I think that they're different. And I just think that we should have electronic funds be approved by the treasurer. I guess that was my recommendation, my requested change.
My question, is that easily fixable? Does that require a motion or a policy to have that included?
Through the chair to Councillor Palmer, so you're looking to eliminate the deputy treasurer, is that the idea? Or what was the recommendation there?
So instead of saying it's just small, semantics, but invoices can be paid by electric fund transfer with approval from the treasurer. The treasurer being yourself, right?
Thank you. So, so like this Thursday, for instance, we do our payable run where we pay those invoices. If I'm absent, that would not be able to take place in my absence. So the only time that we could do check runs would be when the treasurer's approving those. So in my absence, the deputy treasurer would approve those. So it's really.
And I'm okay with the deputy treasurer. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying for efficiency, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Seeing none, there is a motion that council approve the updated purchasing policy and forward the bylaw to the consideration of bylaws section, and that the updated purchasing policy and the accompanying accessible purchasing guidelines be posted to the municipal website. Someone to bring a motion. Councillor Kennis, second by Councillor Brennan. All in favor? Carried. Building and planning, apologize for keeping everybody here so long, but that's a few reports. Motion that the report BBP 2024-126 regarding OPA 1-2024 and ZBA 2-2024 be received for information. Someone to bring a motion. Councillor Brennan, on the left side of the horseshoe. Deputy Mayor, all in favor? Carried. Mr. Williams, you speak to the.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'll be fairly brief with this. This is an item that was before you for public meeting in July. The application's proposal has not changed significantly. What has happened over that time is they did some additional survey work, and there's probably a better term than that, where they're looked into the soil qualities and alike. That was a concern of staff. They provided additional works that made additional reports that satisfied staff in that regard. Some additional information was provided also from an engineering perspective on the stormwater aspects of things. During the conversation, there was discussion during the public meeting about lighting, sidewalks, and road widening. We have confirmed with the applicants that they will be able to work the proposal with the road widening. They will be providing a sidewalk along their portion of the frontage. We asked, as I don't normally point out, but you Mr. Mayor asked us to ask the applicants to extend the sidewalk further. They weren't in a position to extend it further west. The securing of lighting was also raised, and that would be something that we'll deal with at site plan stage. And then the last item was during the public meeting, the noise study results of the peer review had not been received. They have been now, and the conclusions were that it's an acceptable report, and it addressed noise-related matters. That would mean that the site plan process would secure any of those details going forward. In terms of a planning analysis, the report goes deeply into each portion of a planning, the planning justification, and speaks to consistency with the planning, provincial planning statement and associated policies from both the county and local official plans. I'm available for comments, but I would say that both an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendments are on council's agenda this evening.
Any questions? Okay. Seeing none, I think I can deal with all three of the motions in front of you that the amendment number 19 to the official plan be adopted and forwarded to the County of Middlesex for consideration and approval, that the rezoning application as amended by staff be approved, that the bylaw be referred to the consideration of bylaws section of the agenda. Someone to bring a motion. Councillor Kennis, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Carried. Next is the Adelaide 22323 Adelaide Road, the consent agreement. Motion to receive the report for information. Councillor Kennis. Someone to Councillor Hippel. All in favor? Carried. You want to speak to this, Mr. Williams?
I can allow the CAO to speak to any specific details on the agreement side of things, but this is as a result of a consent application that was earlier, and it's fairly straightforward.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, the motion is that the council forward the bylaw authorizing the consent agreement between the municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc and Christina Marie Alliance of the consideration of bylaws section of the agenda for approval. Someone to bring a motion. Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Kennis. All in favor? Carried. This is Regent Street Planning Evaluation Report. Motion to receive the report for information. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Derbyshire. All in favor? Carried.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This report is similar to a report you will have seen earlier this, maybe 2 months ago, for the directly adjacent lot. I'll ask the clerk just to move to maybe the location map or the second page, or the third page after that one. Oh, that was fine. Perfect. So just to the left, this on this plan, you'll see lot 21. This is lot 20. Same situation as the previous time, but I'll reiterate. This is in Mount Bridges on Regent Street. It's a semi-detached dwelling that was constructed. They are now looking to separate the two so that each individual dwelling can be sold individually. They're looking to do that in short order at this stage. And the lot was always designed this way as part of the subdivision. We want to have the home in place before you divide the line in between so that that line doesn't end up through somebody's living room. That's the short answer. I'm happy to give you any additional information that you might need.
Okay. Any questions? How do you know it's a living room? It would have been my one question. Thank you. There are two motions in front of you. The council passed the park lot control exemption and to expire. So just pass the exemption and the bylaw be forwarded to the County of Middlesex for approval. Motion, Councillor Kennis, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Tim. Community Services Investment Grade Audit Update. Motion to receive the report. Councillor Palmer, second by Councillor Brennan. All in favor? Carried. Mr. Lilborn, you should speak to the report.
Thank you, Your Worship. This report is just in response to a few questions that were asked at the last council meeting. To provide some clarity, the $125,000 grant would be applied for once the study is completed. So the study forms part of the grant application. If Strathroy-Caradoc receives the grant, if we're successful, the grant would cost us $25,000. If we were unsuccessful in obtaining the grant, the study would cost us $125,000. Now, not that they can guarantee 100% that they're going to get the grant. They have not been unsuccessful in obtaining a grant. So they provide some great assurances, but they do not guarantee. They do have opportunity that if they have to do work on the grant to make it satisfactory, FCM actually allows them to reapply, so they can send the grant back with some corrections to be made and they can resubmit. With all of that being said, there is also the ability to take the grant, the cost that we would spend, the $25,000 or the $125,000 if we're not successful for the grant, and roll it into the overall project costs. So there would be no initial outlay of cash, that the grant would also be covered through the energy savings that would be paid for the projects. Just to make that clear. The question about procurement that Councillor Wilsey had, this project runs in, it's succinct. So you need to do the study and the work. So if you were to do the study and then go and farm out this work, the company that's going to come in and do the work is going to have to redo the study. So they work hand in hand. Our procurement policy does allow us to go through Canoe. Section 16 of our procurement policy allows that sole sourcing process. Also, on top of that, Johnson Controls has indicated that they'd be willing to come in and spend 2 hours with council in a workshop for them to have, if they require greater clarity on this type of project. The intent of this type of project is to access funds without, or conduct projects without accessing taxation. So the projects will actually be financed and funded through the energy savings of the project. To the point where Johnson Control is so confident in their work, they guarantee the energy savings.
Any questions? Councillor Wilsey.
So on that, I agree with the fact that if it is sole sourcing, like it's section 5.7 in our new procurement policy, which is what says that if a firm does a study, there's a scope of work, they're not allowed to bid on it. So as long as we're willing to bypass that section of the procurement policy, which has been there since 2010, that's not a new section. So as long as we're going to bypass that, we can go forward with this. The other part is, there's two other parts. If I knew that I was going to get sole source for something and I was going to do the study and it wasn't going to be anything bid against it, I would be more than happy to secure the funding as well, because I know what my profit margin is going to be and I know how much is going to be in it. I know that if I got half the payments back, I'd still probably make money. But if we're good with that, the other question that we have is, I haven't seen anything over how long this term is. And when I was reading the procurement policy and going through it, I saw section 24.4.a says that leasing goes against our debt limit. So even though it doesn't affect taxation, it will affect, at least by my interpretation, our limit to borrow, because there's a long-term report, there's a treasurer's report that has to include the leasing as a proportion of long-term debt that's reflected in our procurement policy. So by that, I'm taking it that a lease, or I don't know if this is a lease or a loan, if we're making payments, it has to be one of those two. So it's going to affect our long-term debt limit as well. And I just don't know what the term of this potential loan is.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, so Councillor Palmer.
Director, can you just confirm your comment that, so they're going to guarantee that any costs in the upgrades would come out of savings? Did I understand that correct? So energy savings, so we pay, I don't know, $20,000 a year in energy. They're saying that that would cover the costs of the improvements, so that essentially then we would not be out of pocket for improvements. Did I understand that correctly?
Through the chair to Councillor Palmer, yes. Now, it's not just its consumption costs, it's delivery costs, it's carbon tax. So the push right now is to go from natural gas, which has a delivery fee, has carbon tax, consumption costs, and switch to hydro, where we don't have the carbon tax. So there's the savings in which you would be applying against the purchase of the equipment. So yes, the energy savings would be how we pay down the debt.
Any other? Councillor Derbyshire.
Just on the carbon tax thing, and it is a pretty big debate federally, right? So if that happens to switch and that gets in and they do actually axe the carbon tax, what happens then to this program is that where their guarantee kicks in to kind of keep us going, or so that we're not paying out of pocket?
Through the chair to Councillor Derbyshire, the Johnson Controls guarantees the energy savings. How they come about the guarantee is on them. They have the guarantee to us. So if the energy changes, they still are required to ensure that we're having the energy savings to cover the costs associated with the project.
Any other questions?
Just real quick, over what period of time?
Through the chair to Deputy Mayor, we won't know the terms until the time of signing the agreement.
So that becomes a bit of a concern. So they're promising the world, but they say that Johnson Controls, I'm reading on the last page, 404, financial implications. They're very confident that the grant will be successful as they'll ensure the study fits the grant criteria. So we really don't even know what it is we're getting. But then it's like, if you don't want to proceed, now you got to pay the 125. But you don't even know what the cost of proceeding is going to be. You don't know what you're going to get, and you don't know the time period over which you're going to recoup your money. I don't know who it's a good deal for, but I don't think it's us.
Someone to bring a motion. There's two options in front of us. Somebody gonna bring a motion? Councillor Pammer.
I'm gonna motion that we deny staff to procure an agreement with Johnson Controls through canoe procurement with the intent of retrofitting the municipality's facilities.
Okay, do you have a seconder? Deputy Mayor, any other? Were you seconding or asking?
I was seconding.
Okay. Question, Councillor Hippel.
Through yourself, so if this gets denied, so where does that leave us moving forward? I mean, obviously it gets denied, but where does this leave us when we're looking at the police station and town hall, et cetera, all the things that this was supposed to be doing for us?
Through the chair to Councillor Hippel, it leaves us to fully funding the projects. We can look at, there's the potential that we could go and maybe do grants on ourselves looking for funding, but this was an alternative way of funding capital projects that weren't going to affect taxation.
Any other? Councillor Wilsey.
Just a comment on how we were going through it before is we already know which things that we wanted to do at the arena. We already have a list of them from the Director of Recreation. And we've got, we'll get energy savings. He knows what we've got. He knows what we want to put forward. If we pay for them out of our own capital, it's a one-time expense, and then we get the energy savings ourselves. We're not paying for them in perpetuity to someone else. In addition, when the gentleman from Johnson was here, he talked about the Strathroy-Caradoc police station. If we're going to be retrofitting it and rebuilding it, he's not going to be retrofitting equipment in a new building. So already the study was changing with what it's asked for and what we're doing. So
okay, we have a second motion. All in favor of Councillor Pammer's motion to deny the request? 4. Okay. Motion is denied, and with that, I'd like to bring a motion to have a recess for 15 minutes that will reconvene at 9:05. So I want to second it. Deputy Mayor, all in favor of a recess? Carried. Okay, we're back. Motion to reconvene at 9:02. Councillor Brennan, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Carried. Now
Recording in progress.
The Economic Development Report, the 2024 third quarter update. Motion to receive the report. Councillor Kennis, second by Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Carried. I'll turn it over to Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, Council. Before you tonight, you have the third quarter update for the Economic Development Department, including an update on our intercommunity transit, which is what I'd really like to focus on this evening. As you can see, our funding window will close on March 31st, 2025, with no future funding available from the province in its current format. I've provided some background information on the performance of the transit service and some options for you to consider moving forward. I've suggested 4. The first one being that we support the South Central Transit Group to provide a coordinated application to the Ontario Transit Investment Fund for the next 3 years, and have provided you with the municipal budget figures that have been provided to me by SCORE, who would be the applicant for the OTIF funding. And those figures are significant for our municipality. Option 2 would be to consider applying to the gas tax program, and I've received the calculation from the gas tax division at MTO, and their figures based on our population and ridership come out to about $92,000 a year, and the current operation is about $400,000 a year. So that also leaves a huge funding gap and the obligation for the municipality to contribute a significant amount of that budget. Option 3 is to enter into discussions with Middlesex County to integrate our gas tax program allocation into theirs. They cannot use our allocation if we decide to use it, but if we decide not to go that route, they can use that allocation. I am unclear as to their direction moving forward, other than that they have secured some funding for some planning studies for future plans. So not sure if they would be successful in funding at this point. And then the last option is to use the remaining funds to extend our services beyond our budget window. As you can see, on October 31st of this year, we were informed that we would be able to use the surplus funds that we have from the current funding window to extend our services. And I estimate that that would take us to probably September of 2025, at which point we would cease to operate the service. So I'm looking for direction from council for that. And then the remainder of the report talks about the activities of the department independent of the transit service, including investment attraction. I did want to highlight some of the small business interaction that's taken place since the last quarter, because last month was Small Business Month. We held 2 reports. I have interacted with 144 had 144 interactions with local business since the August report. And we've done a couple of really successful programs, one being our video shorts. That's been highly successful. By the end of the year, we will have completed 19 of those. But I think what the really interesting number here is that since to the end of October, with the 11 videos that we have released, we've had almost 40,000 hits on those videos, which really puts the word of the community out there, and it helps support our small business too. They've also reported an increased activities in their social medias and their businesses. So I think that that's a really positive program that's been done in-house. It's a collaboration between the communications department and economic development, and we've been able to really assist small business. And then going down further, I just want to highlight on Wednesday morning, we'll be doing our second Manufacturers Network event, and looking forward to that as a result of feedback from our first event. And today, we released our 6th podcast, and it tells the Norbec story. So the president and CEO of Norbec was very gracious in his time and presents a fulsome story of investing in Strathroy-Caradoc. So with that, I'm happy to answer any further questions and look forward to some further direction on where you would like to go with the intercommunity transit.
Thanks, Heather. Can you I want to add a little just under the inter-county transit, because both the deputy and I are on county. I would be in favor of number 3, which is whatever the verbiage is, to turn it over to the county for a whole host of reasons. They have dedicated resource to it, and they are looking at the planning, and the whole idea behind the transit as a pilot was to prove the viability. I think we have done so, but also to go to the county because it transcends municipal lines. So we're picking people up in Middlesex Center, we're picking people up in London that benefits the county as a whole, and we had a request from Middlesex Center to add a stop. We currently stop in Komoka, to add one in Delaware, but to me, and we have our, Heather's time, my personal opinion is that the county has the infrastructure. It transcends municipal boundaries, so that we should turn it over to them to operate. That's just my personal opinion, but Councillor Derbyshire, then Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. Through you to the head of economic development. That was actually where I was going to go. The gas tax program, that is a grant we apply for every year, or is that part of because the gas tax seemed to get thrown out for lots of things. So when we say we're going to give our gas tax program, what does that actually consist of? And the other part of that was the remaining money that we have, is that able to move into the county position too? Or does that stay with the route that is being done, like the system that's whatever they're calling it now? Because Middlesex County runs a different route. So that, I guess, was my 2 questions. What portion of this gas tax and what is the other thing? You got her. Sorry, I should have picked either one of you.
Well, it might be a team effort here. Through the chair to Councillor Derbyshire, the portion of the gas tax that I'm speaking of is specific for intercommunity transit. It has really nothing to do with the rest of the gas tax program that the municipality runs. And as far as our residual funds, it would be for the status quo, running the same service that we currently run. We would have to renegotiate an extension of our current contract with the service provider.
I think Councillor Palmer, sorry, Deputy Councillor, did you have a question?
I had the same question, so.
So you got it? Okay. Deputy Mayor.
So I can support number 3. I'm 3 or 4, but I can support number 3. I think probably some talk that we're going to have a lot about in the next 2 years while we finish off this term is, those discretionary programs and the mandatory programs, and strategically positioning ourselves where we're spending money, which probably is going to be on more of the mandatory programs. So in that regards, I could support 3. I'll leave it there.
Any other? Councillor Canis.
Yeah, I guess just a question on the program itself. Was the long term, I guess, to have ridership that would support the ongoing is the province, I guess, pulling the rug from underneath this, or were they always expecting it to get to 2025 and then it would be self-sufficient? Was that thinking on it. Because it's, I mean, again, whenever this started, I said to myself, this isn't gonna work, because there's just not enough people to make this pay for itself. And it seems like a lot of effort went into something that was doomed to fail, and I don't like being a pessimist about these things, but it really, the whole thing seems like a real sad debacle. Yeah, but that's it, yeah.
Yeah, I can't comment on what the original plans were, but I like the word. Could you comment on what the original plans were? 'Cause it may be relevant.
Through the chair to Councillor Kennis, unfortunately, I was not here when this program was applied for. However, I do believe that at the time of the inception of the program, they probably did think that, you know, for the duration of the contract, it may become financially sustainable, although I don't know too many municipal transit systems that are sustainable. And if I may, with regards to the county, you know, if we do enter into discussions with them, there may be a municipal contribution that they could be expecting. I'm not sure of that. I can't, you know, say that with confidence that there isn't, but just want to put that out there.
We'll come back. Councillor Brennan and Councillor Wilsey.
As much as I like to see things like this succeed, it looks like about 1/5 or 1/6 or 1/7 of the costs are paid by people paying fares, not financially sustainable without high levels of government support. And to take the Deputy Mayor's comment about discretionary versus mandatory and needs versus wants, I just can't see us throwing money at this in the long term because it's not financially sustainable. I don't want to spend a lot of money on this because we don't have a lot of money to spend on options like this, but if we want to investigate option 3 and have it come back to us because there'll be a pricing, we can look at it then.
Councillor Wilsey, then if somebody wants to bring a motion after Councillor Wilsey.
I can make a motion and ask my question, because I'm not gonna change the option.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to make a motion that we go forward with option 3, that the municipality enter into discussion with Middlesex County to integrate the application of the gas tax program and alter routes to better serve the population of Strathroy-Caradoc and Middlesex County.
Okay. You have a seconder, Deputy Mayor. So did you have a question then too, Greg?
My question was, now that we've selected option 3 as the motion that we put forward, when we went to option 4, there was still enough money to, and if I missed this answer, apologies for that. But we still had enough money to run the service for 6 months. What happens to that if we select option 3? I guess that's my only question, is what happens to that 150 or whatever that money is?
Heather?
Through the chair to Councillor Wilsey, if we choose only option 3 and we don't continue the service, we have to return the funds to the province. They cannot be used for another purpose. So you may want to consider option 4 and the 2 options together. You may want to reformulate a motion that we use up the residual funds until the discussions with Middlesex County have taken place. Based on their study, I don't know what the timing of their study is and what that looks like, but it gives us a bit of a gap, just to bridge that gap until such a time a decision can be made.
Councillor Derbyshire.
I was just gonna say, I'll make a friendly motion that we run our finances out till the end while still trying to enter into an agreement with Middlesex County.
Okay, we agree to that, Greg?
Yeah, I'll agree to that.
Deputy Mayor, okay, all in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you, Heather. Reports from boards and committees, there are 2 in front of you. They're both BIA board meeting minutes. Someone to bring a motion to receive the reports. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Kennis. All in favor? Carried. Apologize. New business. This is a report from me, and I'll explain to you why. Deputy Mayor and I were invited to a meeting with First Nations with Chief Cornelius of Oneida, Chief Muskokaman of Chippewa, and Chief Thomas from the Munsee Nation. It was just a informal talk, and essentially the crux of this is investigation, if I can make sure I use the right verbiage, possible maybe future recreation complex, which would be, they have lands, I just want to be careful where the lands, but the only reason I'm coming to council tonight are to answer any questions, and Chief Muskokoman, he just asked if my council knew, and I said I would tell council of anything, so the deputy mayor will join me, but you have, when and if anything were to come for any future approvals or anything, or heavy discussions, we will certainly come back from council to seek direction, but this is very, very early days. They approached us, so we went and talked to them, but I just want to make sure I use the right words, future, possible, and probable, but need to continue the discussions. And as I said, that was the Chief Muskokoman's request that I inform council, so council's fully apprised of it. So, any questions? Yeah, we'll go Councillor Kennis.
Does recreation mean ice?
Yes, it could mean ice, it could mean soccer, it could mean anything. That's how, like, it's early, but definitely the genesis of it is ice, because if you remember, the Chippewa, the Thames are our partner in Tri-Township Arena. I saw Councillor Brennan, yeah.
I don't know if this is available in your conversations with them, but are there any federal programs, or have there any discussions with our local MP between the First Nations and the federal government that lead them to believe that there might be some funding available?
Haven't gotten that far. You would assume that First Nations would be able to talk to the federal, but we have not gotten that far yet. So, and we don't even know, to be honest, as deputy mayor, as to when the next meeting will be, because I do believe they'll be in the middle of election soon. Did you have a question, Councillor?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask what the kind of, what it was about, if we're allowed to know.
Yeah, no, it's
what the meeting was about, and kind of where maybe some of the details could possibly end up being.
Sure, I can talk about it. There's no, because we had it at Chippewa, the Thames. The details were essentially that, were to talk about the formation. So the first thing that Chief Muskokoman needed to do was obviously get the two other First Nations on board. So, you know, Chief Cornelius and Chief Thomas, and they were in agreement. So that was step one. Bo was to get the First Nations on board. They're looking for some, so they're in agreement. They need to do something. They want to do something, and they're re-looking at Tri-Township Arena, right? That's part of the discussion, because they know we may want to do something there. They do own lands on Longwood, and I'll tell you where the lands are. I mean, they're across from the old tile yard, you know where I'm talking about, right there, right? That's their idea. So essentially that's the, and Mike, feel free to jump in, but essentially that was the detail that was talked about. Well, when we go down to the road, is there community input? But we'll have a second meeting, but that's, you know, go ahead, Mike. You were there.
Yeah, it was. It was a great conversation. Really high level. Do four communities want to come together and have a conversation about recreation facilities? And without any definition about what that was, or where that would be, or when that would occur, but do four communities have a joint interest in working together? So from that alone, I think it was hugely successful, that we were invited to the table, and they actually want to, you know, have that conversation with us. How that all starts to work its way out and timelines and stuff is all future talk, but I think it's really positive for Strathroy-Caradoc and our council.
Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. And you do have my word and commitment, as long as the deputy mayors, when there is something to come back that we need council's blessing and input on, but I will inform everybody of every meeting that we have. Council will know what we're doing. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, County Council highlights.
Nothing more than what's already provided there.
Okay, inquiries or comments? We'll start with Councilor Bennett.
Thank you. The last couple of weeks have been pretty busy. We had a phenomenal turnout at the Mount Bridges Remembrance Day service, so I wanted to say thank you to every single person that was involved in being there and taking the time to understand why we were here and to respect everyone that gave us and gives us the ability to be here. Last weekend, we had a big, huge Christmas in Mount Bridges, and that was this past weekend, that was extremely successful, and I wanted to thank all the businesses and everyone that came out. My granddaughter was able to get her stuffed dog a wellness check at the Mount Bridges Animal Clinic, so that was pretty cool. I wanted to give a shout out to Dylan Giffen. I was going to say a kid, but I guess he's not really a kid. He's 27 years old and one of the tallest people I've ever met at 27. But he, along with his team, the Toronto Argonauts, won the cup. So that's a pretty amazing thing. And, you know, so it kind of gives you some proof that no, I don't only talk about hockey. I do talk about other sports than hockey. Tim Hortons. I'm going to be doing a little bit of decorating for some Smile Cookies on Wednesday in Mount Bridges, and they are doing they are donating their funds from the Smile Cookies to the Caring Cupboard in Mount Bridges. The Strathroy, Tim Hortons, I believe, their funds are going to 37 Youth, the youth center. So what they wanted me to say was to throw it out there and say, please come, get your decorating skills in and put some smiles on those cookies, and let's get people buying them, because it's phenomenal that they put the funds back into our community. I think that's going to be it. I had one question, and I'm not sure. It would be to Director Ortiz, and I'm not sure you would have the answer for this. I had a resident on Allen Road ask me why there is no sign with a speed limit, and I truly couldn't answer that question. And then he asked me if I knew what the speed limit was, and so I couldn't answer that either. So I'm not sure if anyone has the answer to that. If so, that'd be great. If not, maybe someone could let me know.
Director Ortiz.
Through the chair to Councillor Hippel. I'll get back to you for sure. I think there is a minimum speed limit that when it's not listed, but I will look into Allen Road specifically.
Thank you.
Councillor Cass.
Nothing for me.
Councillor Wilsey.
Just quickly, I wanted to thank everyone who came out to the open house that Councillor Derbyshire and I put on Saturday at the Legion. We had a great turnout and a good discussion. It went on a lot longer than we thought, but it was all good discussion, and happy to see engagement from the community.
Councillor Brennan.
I'd just like to compliment Brian Anderson, the head of the History Department, and Rebecca Sermon, head of the Drama Department at SDCI, for two very moving Remembrance Day ceremonies at SDCI on November 11th. The mayor attended, and there was a striking tribute to the Adair family. If you're ever at the cenotaph, you will see the Adair name 4 times on the list of the fallen. And due to some of the work that Mr. Anderson did on some of his trips overseas, they had laid a marker at one of the graves of one of the Adair brothers at Ortona, and this was seen by I think the great-grandson of Fred Adair, who then told his mother, who told her mother about it. But anyway, one of the survivors of that family was present, came from England especially, to attend. There was a dramatic recreation of some of the events in the Adair life, and the granddaughter of, I think it was Fred Adair, attended and laid a wreath at our cenotaph. So it was particularly moving, and it was a great chance to see how the high school interacts with our veteran community. Thank you.
Councillor Derbyshire.
Thank you. I'd just like to say it's turkey bingo season coming up. I know our fire departments are doing a couple, and We have one November 21st in Melbourne for the Agricultural Society where I get to call it. So if you want to listen to me all night, come on out Thursday night. Thank you.
I bought a ticket.
Just a reminder that this Saturday, the 23rd, is the Santa Claus Parade downtown Strathroy. So I believe it starts at about 1 p.m. is usually the start time. Roads will be closed early in the morning, so you'll have to navigate your way around. But downtown is still open, of course, but the roads will be closed off for the parade. So hope to see everybody down for that. And then the following Friday, the 29th, is the tree lighting outside Town Hall here, followed by a Christmas or outdoor downtown market in the evening. I believe that starts at 4 p.m. And there's a whole whack of things going on, so you can find most of that information on Facebook, I believe. There's been lots of posters around with all the activities, so hoping for a great turnout, and yeah, come on out and have a little community Christmas cheer.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I want to thank you, your worship, and council for letting me have the honor of laying the wreath in Strathroy on Remembrance Day after 6 decades in this town. It was really an honor to be able to do that. I've seen it done for many, many years while I stood post, I guess, blocking traffic, but it was quite an experience. So thank you to the community. It's also probably one of the best attended Remembrance Day ceremonies I've seen in Strathroy. So with that, I say thanks.
Yeah, and Deputy Mayor, following a segue from Councilor Palmer, write November 29th in your calendar, because I won't be here that night, so.
November 29th.
And I'll be doing smile cookies tomorrow in Strathroy on behalf of 37 Frank Street. And just a little bit of jumping the gun, but the medal distinction winners, I was able to go to the home of Rick Wilkins last week and present him with his. Rick has mobility issues for some reason. I think had it in my mind it was going to be presented at this council meeting, but it's not until December. But you will hear more about Mr. Wilkins that night, but he does a lot for scouting. I know a few of us do it, and it was a tremendous honor to present it to Mr. Wilkins. So that was what I did. The next meeting is this coming Monday, which will be the Finance Committee meeting. So with that being said, council will now meet in closed session and considers matters is permitted to do so under the Municipal Act. Call for a motion to cancel under closed session at 9:30 p.m. Councilor Caddis? Oh, okay, I was gonna write that right. Yep. 9:30, second by Councilor Derbyshire. We're meeting one item in accordance with council's procedure bylaw to approve in-camera meeting minutes of October 21st. One item pursuant to section 239(2) of the Municipal Act as amended regarding advice subject to solicitor-client privilege, Mount Bridges wastewater treatment facility. And 2 items pursuant to section 239(2)(c) of the Municipal Act regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality, 40 Metcalf Street, Metcalf Terrace. Motion to go into closed session. Deputy Mayor, second by Councilor Brennan. All in favor? Carried. I think since we had a recess, we'll just wait and we'll let everybody else dismiss themselves. Okay, we're back in open session, folks. Motion that open session resume at 10:09. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Palmer, all in favor, carried. Council met in closed session to consider matters that is permitted to do so under the Municipal Act and as included on tonight's agenda. The following items were considered during the closed session. One item in accordance with Council's procedure bylaw to approve in-camera meeting minutes. The minutes were approved. One item pursuant to section 239(2)(f) of the Municipal Act as amended regarding advice subject to solicitor-client privilege, the Mount Bridges wastewater treatment facility. No direction was given. Two items pursuant to section 239(2)(c) of the Municipal Act regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality. 40 Metcalf Street, Metcalf Terrace. Regarding 40 Metcalf Street, a confidential staff report was received for information. Direction was given to staff. Regarding Metcalf Terrace, a confidential staff report was received for information. Direction was given to staff. Motion of the direction given in closed session be approved. Councillor Wilsey, Councillor Kennis, all in favor, carried. Consideration of bylaws. Bylaw number 105, bylaw number 110, bylaw number 112, bylaw number 113, bylaw number 115, and bylaw number 116, bylaw number 117 received first, second, third, and final reading. Someone to bring the motion. Councillor Kennis, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor, carried. Motion to adjourn at
I think you missed 106 in your.
No, it was, no, we amended it, right? Yep.
Through the chair, Councillor Wilsey, so 106 was the bylaw to appoint an auditor. So as the auditor does not, or sorry, as the bylaw needs to be updated for reference, council's choice to go with MNP, we'll be bringing that back to the next meeting.
Motion to adjourn. Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Kennis.